Hello, everybody. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Got a wonderful new day planned. Gonna play some Warframe.
Nightmare just redeemed you.
Nightmare! Welcome on in, Nightmare. And Moy in the house. Oh, he's not hatched yet. We'll give him a minute. Oh. I like that emote chain. That's nice. Into the void. Oh no. Oh no, not Sir Mason. We need you. Come back. Here are defenses. No! Why would you do that at 1 second? What a crazy person. Oh my gosh. Story of my life. Alright, well, I guess we'll pick a relic.
With quick deaths, and I with your victory.
Oh! That's so mean. That's so mean. Moy! Hype, hype, hype! What's this one? Hi! Oh, damage. What the dog doing? Taking a nap?
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
Oh boy. Got to use all the emojis? Yeah! Greenland? Oh my gosh. From Greenland? This dog doesn't want to survive, does he? Oh, come on. The timing, though. Last round. Can't say I hate getting revives, but goodness gracious, that dog likes to die. He's dead again.
Bams_gaming just redeemed ways are. Oh.
Bams. What's up? Oh no. That's better. Stinking abandoners. Okay, we did it. Whew. We survived. Ooh, I gotta spend my points. I'm maxed out. Alright. Get some relics. I hate when they leave at 1 second. I hate it. Ooh. Post-migration and everything.
What you have learned here will serve you well.
Dude, what if I had picked the wrong one and we had to go for another 3 rounds? That would have been the worst. Okay, let's go get some relics, some Aya. Triple Aya? It's been a while.
These will
Maybe?
the fire.
Triple Aya? Hmm?
Our enemies will fear you with that.
Nope.
Here's what we can do for you. All right, but you owe us.
No! 2 Aya in 12 pulls. That's the worst. So bad. Aya. Where are we at? 13. Okay. Do one more of these. You know what? I'm gonna do this. And do... Yeah, that's fine, actually. I'll leave that. Oh, I'll do this. Yeah. Good morning to you. Internet's real bad, so have a nice stream. That's fine, that's fine. On a cruise? Ooh, nice.
These are worthy foes. Underestimate them at your peril.
If you see a polar bear, take a picture. It's all good, I'll wait.
Reinforcements are inbound. Hold the line.
Alright, Araxia. Decent. Of course. Aura. Interesting. Okay. We can work with this. Oh, there it is.
Well done, Tenno. Your relic is open.
Power strength buff. I think I have to reset to make it work right. Alright, let's get the Spectre. Yeah, 2400. That's good. That's good. That's decent. Nice. Big damage. Let's rebuff this before that. Don't want to lose the buff. You got an ad for cheese? Awesome. Lore accurate ads. I like it. Oh. Oh, you better stay. I'm giving you 2400 base damage. Oh, man. You better stay. always forget which one it is that removes my abilities. Is it this one? POE2, yeah, info and drops today. It'll be a death animation drop. What is up here? Where is he? Oh, the tiny little robot. Couldn't see him. Only got 173 kills, so I can still get a stronger buff. Someone didn't put a relic in. Oof. Oof. Where are you like this?
You are a blade. You exist to strike. You strike to win. The lesson ends.
Well, I got my daily affinity. That's what I was here for anyway. Ask away. Yeah, what questions do you have about the stream tags? What's Gopher built? There's a Gopher meme. See if I can pull it up. Can't find it. Where'd it go? I think this is it. There it is. He's like, what are you doing? That's the Gopher built. Because they're like chubby. It's got the love handles. Picture for Twitch makes more sense. I thought it was a lotus. Yeah, the old one was. Let's see. It was a little bit harder to see because of its size. But yeah. The one before that. Do I still have the one before that? I don't think I do. No, the old school one is gone. Yep. And then the newest one. Yeah. Yeah. You got the cheese again. Alright, let's see. We got Warframe.market, main account. And alright. Open for business. Making the platinum. Let's see where we're at, gold-wise. Yeah, we got some gold. Let's buy some stuff. What to buys are open. And let's see where we're at on trades. 32 left, okay. Good, good. Had a lot of trades last night. Someone bought a full suite. 11 Warframes. 10 or 11, something like that. So, Doing pretty good. Ducat value after giveaways is down to 380,000, so still not bad. Been selling the mods, especially high voltage, which I sold out of on this account, I think. Yep. And still have some split flights. And some jolt. Lots of jolt. Shell shock. A few shell shock left. Saxum spittle. I think that's it. Some of the aura mods. Tons of hunter munitions, which aren't yet selling for 15, but I'm trying to sell them for 15. And lots of ribbons. Oh my goodness, so many ribbons. I have all of these ribbons to sell.
Visitor and FR just
So,
redeemed, say hi.
That's gonna be fun. Veserin? Is that you? My darling, welcome back! Plate of pasta for breakfast? Hello! Sounds fun. High-key jealous of the endo? True. How much do you sell what for? Oh, everything's posted on my market. I'll just post that so you can see. Main account. Kratos and oh, I don't have those on there. The ribbons aren't on there. So Kratos, let's see. It's got attack speed. It's got critical chance, critical damage. And reduced combo duration, but that's okay. So basically, the closest competitor is selling for 600. I'd sell it for 500. And the Lex, let's see the Lex. Fire rate, multi-shot, magazine capacity.
Visitor and FR just redeemed you.
Not gonna find a ribbon like that out there. Oh, that's people that are not even online. Fire rate, multi-shot, crit damage. Yeah, this one's expensive. That one's like 1,000. That's expensive. I'll buy Grendel and Wisp. All right. Also, Veserin. Uncle Meatball with my pasta. Nice. Always wanted a decent Paretos ribbon. Nice. Yeah. I gotta post these on market. I've been lazy. like that. That's cool. Cool. My contracts. Ribbons. Thank you. And let's see. First ribbon, Nikana. I want to trade Nikana for in Warframe market, in Riven market, in Warframe market. Now see, I don't trust this because it's not showing the things that are online. Spacebar. Acquista. Hello. You got a variety of 6 or 7 different nunchuck ribbons. Nice. That's crazy. That's a lot of nunchucks. Alright, let's start with the Nikana. And this has critical chance, critical damage, very high rolls, and it has a negative. How about that? We're looking at like 700. How do I post this? Oh, here we go. Direct sale. Selling price 700. Do you have an extra Baruch and Hildren blueprints? I'll buy Zaku if you do with those. If you do with those. I only sell sets. Alright, let's see if that worked. Contracts. Nikana. Nice. Alright, it did work. So we can make this thing. Tonkor. This is gonna be a lot of work. I guess I can show you what I'm doing here. So my Tonkor has multi-shot and reload speed and critical damage. In other words, it's a god roll. There are none like it. Alright, if I remove the reload speed, multi-shot crit damage. This is going for 4,000. Fire rate doesn't do anything for this because it's blocked by the reload speed, so that's a 2 stat with a harmless. That's way cheaper than mine. I'd say this is going for like 4,000. Easy. Easy 4,000 Riven. Nobody else comes close. Oh. Never gonna sell that bad boy. Boo! Fair enough. I'll buy this guy's Exceltra set and post my message again. Alright, next ribbon is Prados. Said this one was going for about 500. with attack speed, crit damage, crit chance. But I was looking at offline people. There's nobody online site. About without a negative. 450 without a negative. Remove attack speed. And add the negative back in. Looking at 700. Yeah, this is more like 800. But I'll sell it to you for cheaper if you get the plat together. Public private list. Are you here? What happened? Alright, next is the Sporotherix ribbon. I have 2 of those. This is how you price the ribbons. Critical chance, reload speed, projectile speed. I'll leave the projectile speed out. Okay. Okay. This is not worth much. I'm gonna hold on to it. But the other one. Critical damage. Multi-shot. And fire rate. Minus 85% projectile speed. Yeah, no one's gonna buy that. Thing already shoots real slow. Comparable. This one's also comparable. This one's kind of a side grade. So about 1200. Minus ammo maximum, so it's a harmless negative. I don't know why, but I can't get into your dojo. Try harder. $1,200 for the multi-shot crit damage fire rate. Right. Then we got the Tenant Agendas. I have 2 of those also, but only one of them is very good. Told you. Gotta put your try-hard pants on. Alright, so for a Tenant Agendas, with critical damage electricity, it also has plus impact and minus to slide crit. This one's going for 45. Mine's not much better. I'm gonna hold on to that. This one's attack speed, melee damage minus puncture, which is really good. I don't think I'm going to find another one like it. Probably not. Let's see if I have one with a harmless negative. Still not. See if we can find attack speed. Are you serious? There's none? Really? Alright, so historically we have a side grade, a little bit worse for 900, so I'm going to do 1,000. Mind you, I'm not expecting to sell any of these, but if there's even a chance, got 3 Recon Effects ribbons. Have fun, will do. Likely, I will. Have fun. Alright, the Recon Effects. With multi-shot fire rate. Looking at offline people. Nobody in game. Multi-shot fire rate. Nobody. I'm gonna do that one for 500. And then the fire rate damage, I'll do that for 400. And then the fire rate heat damage to Grenier, I'm going to leave alone for now. Hey, Dr. Thorngill, welcome on in. Hope you're doing good. Real good? Very good. Spectacular. Oh. Next is Lex Riven. Did I already do the Lex Riven? Wait. Nope. Not yet. Alright. Lex. And this has fire rate, multi-shot, and magazine capacity. So yeah, like harmless negative. Looking at 1,500-ish. This thing's a beast. And Wolf Sledge. Got the Wolf Sledge. Revenant, please. Wolf Sledge with critical damage, and status duration. No contracts found, status duration removed, critical damage, and mine has a harmless negative. I'm gonna say about 900. Over the years, I have rolled many a riven. Revenant, please. You betcha. Also have melee damage heat slash. I think I'll try to sell that one for like 300. Just cuts. I'm gonna run out of room for contracts. Let's see if I can get a really good one. Synapse. How about the Synapse? This one has crit chance, damage toxin with magazine capacity reduction, which is kind of bad, but not the worst. It's going for 18. I'd say like 1300. About a, yeah, 1300, because that one's minus multi-shot. No one's gonna buy that. Fire rate, multi-shot electricity. Fire rate, multi-shot, crit damage, heat. Ooh, that heat one is throwing things off. I'll go for 6. I'll go for 500. I'll go for 500. Super cheap. Alright, this guy's here. Toss and Wisp. Revenant. Just casually selling Warframes.
Nemisha_Prime just redeemed you.
He's already here. Double Grendel. Oh! 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 Guys doing that ooh like crazy. All right, here we go. Ooh. Wisp. There you go, buddy. Get you, Wisp. Did I already sell this guy a Revenant? Oh, I did. Okay. Trinity Titania. Good choice. Good choice. Thanks, King. You're welcome, peasant. Easy peasy. Okay, where were we? Synapse. All right, I did the Synapse. Next is Atomos, Ronin, Convectrix, Dual Zorin. How about Dual Zorin? That's a more new weapon. Critical chance electricity. Perfect for your spreading of status. Oh, no, 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 no. We need something better than that. $1,600. 200. All right, let's do 1100. I want Grendel. I'm sure you do. Can I get a ooh? Recency and meta-ness? Yeah. I decide which ones to keep based off of which ones I'm not using. So if I'm not using it, I'll sell it. But if I have to choose between which ribbons to sell because I don't have enough space, then I'll use probably like popularity, how close to the meta is it, how good it looks. Sometimes cosmetics matter. If it has like a unique mechanic or something that makes it exciting. So like Atomos hits higher than Idun because Idun's special ability sucks, right? So Atomos' special ability in the Incarnate is pretty stinking strong and it does a lot of damage. So the Atomos is better than the Idun to sell. The Miter is decent, but it still falls below the Atomos, but it's still better than the Idun. The Synapse is probably top tier. Very, very powerful beam weapon, especially if you have a good crit riven for it, which I do. Ether Daggers falls below even the Idun because it's like a stat stick riven, and we don't even use stat stick rivens anymore. They're not necessary. So because of that, the Ether Dagger is probably never going to sell, so I probably won't even post it. The Convectrix is like a niche sort of thing. If you have the special mod that makes it so you don't use ammo when you're missing, it's pretty cool. My specific Convectrix Riven has increased magazine capacity as well. And it has extra slash. So it's actually a really powerful Riven for the Convectrix. Base damage, slash, and magazine capacity are going to be like your main things that you can't really get somewhere else from mods. And the more slash you can put on this thing, the better, because it's going to rip through the enemy armor. And it's really good for like slash inherit builds or that one ability, what's it called? Expedite Suffering builds. So yeah. And then the magazine capacity is going to guarantee that you can dump enough bullets into like a Demolist before you kill them. None of these have magazine capacity, but I would say more damage is like a side grade to this. So critical damage and critical, these two are kind of side grades. So I'd probably sell mine for a little bit cheaper so I can undercut them and sell mine. I'll sell mine for like 900. That's how I price it. Just find stuff that's like similar, and then just drop a little bit off the price. Enough to sweeten the deal. But yeah, Atomos. So the Atomos Rivens are going to be some interesting, because this is a really good heat inherit weapon. And I have a multi-shot heat, which are the main stats for heat inherit, most important stats, and it's minus damage to infested, which this guy seems to have the exact same ribbon for only 200, but an unlimited buyout price. So that's not necessarily real yet, because people could bid higher and there's no buyout price. Multi-shot heat damage isn't bad. Minus ammo maximum's pretty rough. 1800 for multi-shot heat damage. 1800, 1200 for a third stat that's useless. 1000 for a harmless negative 3 stat. 1,000 for kind of messed up -3 stat. A bad -3 stat is 1,000, so I could get mine in there for about 1,000. Because within this 1,000 range, there's a couple that are better and a couple that are worse than mine. And so I think I can sneak in there. And then damage multi-shot. Like straight up flat damage is the other one. So this will be like a 2 stat. Nothing really that's the same here. That toxin one's interesting. So we're going to have to go below all of these a little bit. Maybe about right here, 600. This one's actually really good for how... But this dude's offline. Let's see the online people only, since there's a lot of ribbons for this. Electricity... minus status chance. Mine would sit somewhere around here, maybe. Maybe a little higher since I have a harmless negative. So I'll say about 600. I want to undercut this guy. Sad thing is base damage on guns is kind of bad because of the arcanes. So contracts now. Got my Atomos ribbons, my Convectrix, all this stuff. So we'll see if anybody makes an offer anytime soon. I'll leave the rest of them off of it, because they're not really like high priority. Yeah, I got the Parados, the Tonkor is the really, really good one. This ribbon is perfectly statted. Minus status chance does nothing because you proc your status with Hunter munitions. So it doesn't... your status chance is based off of your crit chance, not off of your weapon status chance for that gun. I finally did it. I finally posted the ribbons. Had some really good sales so far. I don't know how much plat I made, but a lot. Let's go see. I sold like 6 Warframes for 7 D plat. Not bad. I'm gonna grab water. I'll be right back. Wish me luck. Gatorade. Let's see. We are up 800 plat today. Not bad. At all. Is that an Equinox I saw? 40 plat. Ew. Ew. It's like 80 plat. I'm selling it for 70. Tenet Diblos. Yeah, just chilling today. No real big plans. Gonna watch the dev stream for Path of Exile at 1 o'clock. It's like 4 hours from now. 3 hours and 40 minutes from now. Other than that, just chilling, trading. Gonna finish trades on main account, then move to alt account. Do farming of primes on alt account pretty much all day, and trades on alt account. Then we'll be done. Luvakari, welcome on in. How you doing? Torrid Ribbon. Ooh, 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 ooh. I don't have one of those. I have a Toncore Ribbon, though. Banshee. Got a Banshee buyer. Is Banshee in my list? She's not. Okay, good. I would have come earlier, but it's my birthday. Happy birthday to you! Welcome. I'm glad you're here on your birthday. That's crazy. Watching my show on your birthday. I'm honored. You are now 92. You're going to die soon. Hope that's okay with you. Oh. Paris ribbon. I have one of those. 300 plat, please. Baruch Gara, plat ready. No, thank you. Okay, okay. 200p. Final offer. I need to sell this Paris ribbon. 23. Nice, nice. And Gara. No kidding, plat is ready. Look at that. Bam! Put it right in there. What was that symbol? What? What was that in the corner? Popped up. Just barely saw something. That was weird. Oh! That's my market message. Cool! Give reputation. Oh! Good to know. I can just smash the button and give them reputation. That's a new thing. Man! You want to get the Octavia skin? You don't have enough? Let's see. Octavia. 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 What skin? This one? This one? This one? Ooh, shiny. I like the original. Can't hear 1 second. Etruscan. Oh yeah, this one. Yeah. Very good one. I have that on the alt account. Hi, I sell Trumna. I'll buy it. Oops. There we go. Lucky. Not that lucky. I'll make a lot of plat. Actually, I think that one was gifted to me. Oh. I get a lot of presents from you guys. I don't need it. I'm rich. Don't worry about it. Oh. We do have wish list giveaways. So if you stick around, you might win one of those. And then I will gift it to you. This week we had 4 300 plat wish list giveaways. On Monday. Was that Monday or Tuesday? That was Monday. Because yesterday we did Baby 1003 Prime. So Monday we had that. So stay tuned for the giveaways. Want to buy Titania. Doesn't read tax. Voltaic strike. I think that's one of the ones I have. Yep. Voltaic strike. Sure, Titania it is. Easy. Look at that. Forget selling Titania for 70. I'm selling Titania for 80. Because this guy doesn't read trade chat. It's a Monday. Titania Prime. Formula. Take it. Give me that plat. We're gonna hit 10K today. I might hit 10,000 plat today. That'd be wild. I don't have high voltage anymore on this account. Plat's been going pretty good last couple days. Kind of surprised. What am I gonna do? You're gonna get it poppin', of course. Just read my shirt. Hakuna Matata. It means no worries. Corvus Prime, please. You bet. How much am I selling Corvus for? 45. Nice. I think I still... Nope, I don't have an extra rhyme rounds anymore. What's this one? Oh, yeah. Corvus. The shotgun of the sky. Other arch gun sets. Yes, I have the Larkspur. Sell me a harrow. I will take it. Okay. Thank you, thank you. Akaten ribbon. Interesting. Alpha Dragon. Number 15. Legit. Sell a Corvus, buy a Harrow. Easy. You wonder how I get rich. Just like that. Want to buy Riven Trash Torrid? Nothing such. X52? X52 is really strong. I should get a Riven for that. Compressa. I think I have, ooh, yeah, Visifa. I'll give it to you for 300 plat. No, thank you. Woof. Gladiator Might, Glaive Prime. Ooh. Glaive Prime, 100 plat. Verglass Prime. Yep. Volt Prime. Still have Volt, right? One more in stock. Volt. $100 plat. Let's see how Valben's doing. Alright, 140 plat on market. Let's do that. If you're out there and you can hear my voice, listen up. We're doing a giveaway for a Valban rhyme. If you want to get entered to win, gotta follow the instructions that I am about to give. Type exclamation point Valban. Once I start the giveaway. A little too soon there. There you go. Name is Vauban. Spell it wrong, and you don't get entered to win. Talking about you, Mr. Doctor. Yep. Yep. Ooh. Victor Alpha Utah Bravo Alpha November. Yep. 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 Ooh, I actually have a Rubico, I think. I do. Rubico. Rubico. I still have a Ninja. Nope. Jolt. Protea. Lavos. Grand Prime God Roll. Peculiar Bloom and Peculiar Growth. Fun, fun. Oh, Natty Light. We got a buyer. Banshee, I'll buy it. Sell a Protea, buy a Banshee. Easy. Thurston Riven Wukong Prime buyer. Still know the International Phonetic Alphabet? Yeah! Tell me more. Lord Spam! Welcome on in. The Lord of all spam. Wolf Sledge. Crit. Does mine have crit? Mine has crit damage. Sentient Surge. Yeah, Sentient Surge. 60. Wisp Prime. Not selling it for 50 though. Nope. I won't do it. Bassenloch. Nope. Fresh out. Got a lot of entries, huh? Oh, only 5 of you. We need more. It's a Valben on the line. Hammer shot. Fluctus Ribbon. This guy really wants a Fluctus Ribbon. I wonder why. Melee exposure. August secrets. Oop, Jolt Mod. I think that's the same guy. Yep. That means nobody sold it to him for a price he liked. Where to buy Goss Prime for 50? I could sell him a Goss Prime for 50, but I'm gonna ask for 60. You want? Oh, it's a Master Rank 3. Dang it. JK. Derpylicious. I'm derpylicious. Yeah, yeah. Credit bliss. Somebody trying to buy a credit blessing? That's crazy. Game is hard for me to learn. I am trying though. Imagine being new in 2025. Take your time. It's a lot. All right. All right. Got 14 trades left. Come on. All right, let's go buy some stuff. I want to buy some... Maybe some Revenant sets. Too expensive. Some Protea sets. Not bad. 34. I'll buy it. Give me a sec. No time! No rest for the wicked. Buy some more. Yeah, Protea. Thank you. I'll buy some more. What else do I need? Maybe Zaku? Maybe just more Protea. Suguru Ghetto. Banana. $50 and I have to max it. Meh, okay. You drive a hard bargain, Sir Banana. Let's see what else we got. Anything here? No. Not really. Stock prime 25 each. Tray lock. Hey, yo, I got some tray locks. Beesh. Blueprint chassis, neuroptics, and systems. Yeah, that's the whole set. That's a weird way to say it, but sure. Do I have a Ceto? I've been trying to stock up on Ceto, but I've been selling more than I've been buying.
Phoenix just redeemed Wizard R.
This guy? My friend will buy your fish. Okay. Wisp's already in trade. Okay. Case Phoenix. Whoa! How you doing? Got entered to win. Good, good. This guy's still trying to buy Jolt. Shame. Shame! Alright, buy more Protea. You! Sell me Protea! Do it now. Smurfin. Smurfin. Yep. He wants me to go to him. Let's go! Going on a trip. Going on a trip. Eight trades left. Almost time for the giveaway. Give me that. Let's go to Smurfin. Another new dojo. It's so beautiful. The decorations. Banana. Are you there, Tenno? Yeah. Give me that set. There it is. There she is. With her shield gate. Being all immortal and whatnot. Exclamation point banana. Nice try. Huh? Yeesh. Yeesh. Fish for you. Yes. Okay. I leave now. Oh! Zaku Titania? Heck yeah. For sure, for sure. Let's see. Zaku. 30. Titania. I'll do 50 for Titania. I don't go above 50 for buying. You should probably sell that one to other people, because that's worth more than 50. I'll do 35 for Zaku also, because I can definitely sell him back soon for more. All right, where are we at on trades? 6 left. More Protea. Oh my goodness. Empyrean Nexus. BK foot lettuce? What? What is this? What is this? What is this? No! Oh my gosh. Just sold it. Pew! Hmm. 35 for Zaku. All right, we got 7 people in the giveaway. Good, 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 good. Good, 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 good. Darth Watcher. Who is QZ? I don't know who this is. All right, let's try again. 5 minutes. Let me farm more things. What? What? All right, I'm going to this guy. I got to figure out what it is they want. Summer 18. Wisp Prime. I lost him. Hope all is well. Miss Bolsa. I hope all is well with you. I'm doing good. Good morning, the Twisted Plot. Welcome on in. Alright, what does this guy want? What do you want? Yeah, Prime Full Wisp 60p. Equinox, please. Come on down. Oh, selling me an Equinox. Cool. I'll take it. Next time, use your words. Just like your mama taught you. Bought an Equinox, sold an Equinox. Made 20 plat. Easy peasy. It's hard being me. So difficult. All right, last chance. Get your exclamation point vow bands in the chat. We're gonna spin this wheel. Like my life depended on it. All right. You gotta spell it correctly if you want to get entered to win. If you're joking, let me know, because I don't want you to miss out because of a spelling error. Cedar Prime set, I'll buy it. Banana. Banana. Nah. I'm still half asleep. That's okay. V-A-U-B-A-N. I vow to ban. Vow ban. All right, it worked. We did all the trades. All right, I'm closing the giveaway entries. We have 9 people entered. I'm putting the 9 people on the wheel. Look at that. Looks like a rainbow pizza. Yummy pizza. I'm gonna have pizza for dinner. That sounds good. I'll go to you. Alright, we'll wait for this guy while we do the wheel spin. And the winner of the Valband Prime! Who's it gonna be? Oh, it's close! But I think Miss Bolsa! Congratulations! Look at that, you got in there right in time. Easy win. If you're ready, you can come pick it up right now, or we can. I can hold on to it. I can hold on to it for you till later. Let me know, Miss Bolsa, the winner. Invite when ready. All right.
Terminatrix be just redeemed you.
Ooh. Oh, Rendell. Rendell. Valband Prime. Valband Prime. Ooh, shiny. Thank you for the ammo case. Appreciate it. Where are we at on ammo case? $23,841 ammo case. Oh, feels good. Feels so good. All right, switching over to the alt account. I'm gonna grab a snack while I do this, and I'll see you guys in a minute. Oh my gosh. A Protea Prime giveaway or a Glaive Prime disc. Ah, I hate this so much. I hate this so bad. Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much. Oh my goodness. Nullifier at the door. Saying knock knock. I did it! I made the game freak. I made the game freak out. I just want to get the stuff. I'd give it to the baby Tenno. Why is it so hard? Why do they make it so hard? And then everyone blames me like I'm some kind of selfish hoarder. You need more credits. You can't afford the trade checks. Guys, my brain is broken. Yours doesn't duck from my bullets, but mine does. I'm gonna shoot you. I'm gonna shoot you. Nah. Oh, no! No! I scared him off the edge! I'm a bad person! I'm sorry! Who wants to see the strongest roar in all of Warframe? Are you ready? Roar! 452%! Let's go! 12,000 slash proc! This is why we love invigorations, guys. Where is it? I found it. I'm picking it up. I'm picking up the Horta sculpture. Let's go. That was for you guys, by the way. Trinity, what are you up to? Well, I got a resource drop chance booster. Thank you, Trinity. Oh my gosh. I'm rich! Confess. Oh my gosh. Wow. Well, I finished my platinum farming for the month. Hello, right. Welcome back. On the alt account, gotta do the dailies. Should probably pick these up while I'm here.
Feed the fire. Very well.
Feed the fire.
Alright, what can we help you with? Hope it helps.
Nope. Maybe a little bit. I'm gonna go talk to the family in Trotty.
Have you come here for your latest assignment?
More or less. So big prime farming plans. Gonna crack a lot of relics today.
See if we can do something.
And do the trades. Make a lot of plat, hopefully. Gotta get the ribbons posted. So if you're wondering how to price ribbons, we'll be doing that later. Yeah.
This between us.
All that stuff.
I
Oh, and don't forget, Path of Exile dev stream today
he did to my specimen.
in 3 hours.
We are good friends. It's good to have good friends.
I'm really excited for how they're changing the trading system in Path of Exile.
You're a good miner.
Because it needs it.
Keep on mining. See you again, Chip.
You understand. You know what you're doing, so I'll let you get on with it. Excellent job. And hardly any mess. Well done.
Thank you.
Until next time.
She's impressed.
I have the honor of a name.
My sushi skills.
Taste of freedom. Whatever you're doing out there, Tenno, keep at it. I shall languish in...
Shall we? Thank you, dear. Very kind.
Oof. Alright.
Goodbye, dear. I'll see what else I can unearth.
I'll see what else I can unearth for you. Let's go to Fortuna too. Why not? Even though I'm low on credits. Oh yeah, credit farm. Oof. Gotta do that too. Do more of that today.
Best advice I was ever given. Ticker, you'll be a lot happier once you start someday.
Paying attention to the opinions of who are beneath.
Everyone makes mistakes. Shouldn't be a crime. Now, so it goes. Something you want to talk about? Appreciate it. You know where to find me.
Did they drop concept art? Path of Exile? Oh, maybe. I haven't kept in touch with their like lore drop kind of news. I'm just waiting for their big announcement. Let's see. Community game about I don't even know where they post their stuff, to be honest. Yeah, I don't see anything off the rip. Alright, let's see. Are there good fissures going on? Defense Tyrannus Void. We could do some of that. Do some Octavia. I'm already ready to go. If anybody wants to join, defense mission. Thought I had. Yeah. Secondary damage and armor. Lots of relics, not enough reactive. Okay, good to know. I'll get this radianted. This radianted. This radianted. Got a decent amount of non-radianted and radianted relics. Let's see what kind of team we got. This one never has a good place to put the mallet, but I'll try to figure it out. I think I liked it right here in the middle. It hits back here a little bit, and ideally it hits this right here, this ledge, which is good. Just doing some passive affinity farm as well for some of the Coda weapons. Kind of. Tomorrow is the next affinity booster weekend, so we'll be doing affinity booster giveaways. 3-day affinity boosters. If you're excited about that, come on down, pick yours up. It's going to be 100 channel points. Stupid cheap, easy to get.
That's it. You opened the relic.
Yeah. And I think that might... I'm not sure if that's the last one. That might be the last one. We'll find out. Don't you enemies ever die! Yeah, this mission on Steel Path has really good affinity, even without affinity booster. So it's also a really good place to just level up your weapons kind of passively. Because you have all your team defending the thing and kind of just relaxing. Getting all that shared affinity. It's really lots of Eximus enemies to loot from. And once in a while, you even get the ability power buff, which is pretty comfy. Alright, first loot. Let's see what it is. And let's see if the team stays. Got a Nova, Caliban, Jade. Not the best loot. Oh yeah, not the best loot. That's okay, I didn't use my good stuff. Everybody used intact relics. Alright, we're going again. Time for a radianted relic. Okina, Nautilus, Nautilus. My cat said meow, so I'll get tons of affinity. $50,000 off of one kill. Woof! Tell you about it. That is a lot of affinity. Wow, another 50,000 off that guy. Another 50,000. Wow. I love this cat. This cat is the best. Good kitty. Sub me in, coach? All right, we'll bring you in. Run away! Oh, somebody crowd controlled him. Interesting. I didn't know he could be crowd controlled. Don't tell Digital Extremes, they'll fix it. Whatever you do. I think it was Caliban's stomp. Oh, I mean, I didn't see a thing. Nice, everything's maxed. Focus, focus. Looting. Let's see what we got. Rare loot, rare loot, rare loot. Streamer loot. Nope. Nope. I'll go for the Ninkandi. Where'd my snacks go? I thought I got a snack. Oh yeah. You smush it up, and then you take the packet, drop it in there, and you just eat it. Eat it like chips. But first, gotta mix it up. Make sure the flavor is properly distributed. Warframe cat.
Your relic is opened.
Not real cat. Yeah. It'll cook in your stomach. Exactly. Got a meeting in 30 minutes from now. Nice. Tell them just send an email. Ain't about that meeting life. Alright, not bad. Clearing the bad guys out pretty quick. Oh, got the ability power buff.
Cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
Yeah, definitely maxed for real this time. $150 multi-shot. That's it for that round. Let's see if they stay. I'm probably going to stay. This is going really well. Oh. Or no.
What you have learned here will serve you well.
They were like, nope. We've had enough. Oh well. Let's see what we got. Hydroid? Hydroid's pretty rare. Only going for like 90 though. More like 90 plat. We could do that though. A pharma here. A pharma here. And a Forma here. I think. Oh, so close. Okay. So that is 3 Forma, 5 Forma, 3 Forma. Multi-shot. Viral cold. Maybe shred. Yep, okay. And then we'll bring in case. Melee duplicate is a good arcane using for glaive? No, not good for glaive. Melee influence is good for glaive. If you can proc electric. Can I join? Yep, better as you can. Boop. Reset. Yeah, melee influence is great because the proliferate of the statuses, especially if you're using a glaive prime. You got to do statuses that do damage over time. So even a Zazorus, like a Chia pet, that has innate electric procs, which would be good. But generally speaking, glaives are not gonna proc electric on their own. They're gonna have to mod it in there. And also, their status chance matters.
Your weapons make music, and the enemy calls for a song.
The cool idea would be a passive for all frames that gives you a small boost to whatever element they're associated with. That's completely separate from the weapon mods. I think that would be cool. I don't remember if Bolt's ability guarantees a status proc. Let's take a look. It just says adds electrical damage to their attacks. It doesn't say if it guarantees status procs. There's a few other ways to get electrical status proliferated.
Your relic is open.
And you could have your pet do it. You could have a Doriga. Doriga's really good at the electric procking. You could just put it on an epitaph and then use epitaph right before you glaive. And that'll be guaranteed electric procs on all enemies hit. Yeah, so there's a few ways to make it work. Like more consistently. Reliably. Just keep swimming. I think after this, if no other fissures pop up, we'll jump into trading. This defense mission has 17 minutes left. So depending on how long we go, we might do one after this. And when we start doing the trades, I'll start the Hydroid giveaway. I think I had someone that wanted the Hydroid. I'm vaguely remembering. But I don't have a screenshot of it. And they never circled back around and were like, hi! Must have been a week ago. But you know how it goes. You snooze, you lose. Yeah, this is going pretty smooth. Defense target hasn't taken damage. Banana. Look at that dog. It just went flying. This is why we do it. Get some of that iron. Postponed? Wait, what got postponed? Huh? The meeting?
You have collected enough reactions to open your relic.
So it was an email after all. Mania. You're not my real father. Someone's killing these enemies before they even get close, and I don't know who, but I like it. I don't think it's me. It's Hilderin? How are you doing it? There it is. There it is. Torpedo. Oh, I didn't actually select it. Good thing I saw that. Hazel's such a noob. What a noob. What I lack in talent, I make up in platinum. Make up for in platinum. It's gotta be a pillage build, right? But it's so powerful. They're dying as soon as they spawn. Look. They're dying at their spawn points.
take a look inside.
You have an invigoration or something? Wild. Well, that's a lot of affinity. Could it be a pillage thermal sunder build? Seeing a lot of fire. I'll take the Zoog blueprint. Just because it's vaulted. We're gonna be vaulted soon. Revaulted. What? Aegis Gale? Does that do persistent damage? Because it's like... I guess you are shooting all around, huh? Ow. Talk about your mortar shells. I had no idea. My respect for Hildren is revived.
Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
He is out here floating around. I'm giving you strength. Remember that. I'm giving you attack damage. I'm contributing. I have 2% instead of 0%. Game though. It was my nourish that made you like this. Queso, queso, queso. Hey, look, something survived. Ooh, Titania parts. Now I just need 2 Titania systems for 2 more sets. How much do those go for? 60 plat each. $25, $30, $35, $39. Oof. That goes up quick. Maybe I could get some on a want to buy order. I'm just running around trying to pick up all the loot. Not that I'm complaining. All right, let's get him. Got him. Oop, I got ability range and damage.
Cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
Now you got the big ooh-woo. No idea why Frost isn't immune to cold procs. Ember immune to heat procs, Saren immune to toxin procs, and Volt Gyre immune to electric procs. I don't know. Is they're already strong enough? We did it! Wow, this is going great. Aside from the fact that we're only getting Lith relics. Yep, the defense is over. Alright, after this mission, however long we go, we'll go to the dojo and start the giveaway for the Hydroid. Also, if you're looking to figure out how to price ribbons, I'll be pricing out my ribbons and putting them on the market. So you can see how I do that. Yeah. I can get no. Ooh. All the enemies are dead before I get to see them.
Collected enough reactants to
got you, bro. I'll give you that that nourish buff. I appreciate how much you carry. Oh. Still no survivors. I want candy. It was all me. I don't have anything better than this. This is the best one I got. They call me the Balefire Bruiser. You're telling me that damage gets added to the base damage of the weapon and then modified by the mods? For additional damage. That's still crazy. So 150 times 7.
Your relic is outdated.
7.5. But it's got to be affected by multi-shot, right? Hey, a miso relic! We got one! Oh. Gotta crack some lith relics, mine. Hasn't started yet. We already did the giveaway for the Valbin. Next one is for the Hydroid, which will be after this mission. It'll start. No more than 100 of any single relic, but I have failed mightily. How so? You just got hundreds of relics now, of many types. Yeah, you ain't been cracking. Did you lose your Kraken license? So on days like these where I realize my builds, they're not that great.
Your relic is opened.
They released the Kraken. Yes. Affinity? is that the affinity? Getting to the point where I'm losing track of what round is multiple of 3. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Oh, 27. Yeah, 27. Yeah, I know. I'm just joking. I'm just kidding. I do know, but it's funny. Two plus 7 is 9. 9 is divisible by 3. Therefore, 27 is divisible by 3. 2 plus 8 is 10. 10 is not divisible by 3. So 28 is not divisible by 3. Easy peasy. It's like a cheat code for your brain. Legit.
The relic has been cracked open.
I'll do it. Well, here's some steel lessons. Shenanigans. Can't believe we gotten so few rares. Well, that's a decent part. Dual Zorin. I'll keep the compressor though. Compress. I mean, what happens if we die? The defense target gets taken. Do we lose all the loot, or just the loot we haven't acquired yet? We lose all the drops, so we lose the steel essence, we lose the void traces, we lose the argon crystal, right? We lose the ribbon slivers. I mean, we're not even close to having issues with this yet, though. No! Oh my goodness. Dusk the Striker. Welcome on in. Let's get you a shout out real quick. First things first. Then we'll go over everybody hit the heart. Hit the heart. Hit the heart. We'll go over to your channel. And I'm gonna do some perusing. Oh my goodness! It's a wolf! Wolfentaken. It's alive. It's thinking, it's thinking. Oh, I crashed. Are we back? Are we back? Are we back? Raid so good we crash the stream? I know. That's a first. Anyway. It's a wolf. Up to Twitch. Playing some Mecha Break. Fear and Hunger. Nice.
That's it.
Very good.
Finish your mission and we'll take a look.
I like it. Well, I hope you guys are having a good day. I am Queso Knight. I do things in Warframe for many a millennia. And I help Baby Tenno, new players. I give them free stuff. And so if you're new to Warframe and you want some free stuff, let me know. I got your back. Also, we're about to be doing a Hydroid giveaway. If you don't know what that is, that's fine. But if you do, I'll let you know how to enter very soon. Provided we don't fail this mission, since I lost connectivity to everything. We are on the last round, so I should be able to make it through as an Octavia. Hopefully. My mallet actually did the mallet thing and taunted the enemy. So that's good. Where's my finisher? Where's my finisher attack? I'm well within range for a finisher attack. Well, that was disgusting. Gotta go. Have fun with the stream. Alright, later. Have a good rest of your day. Or rest if you're going to sleep. Either one. Gotta do some chores. Follow me back around some time. Nice, nice, nice. Very good care. Nice, nice. Cool. Cool, cool.
Easy now, sweet thing. We're going to take good care of you.
How interesting. Well. Is it broken? I don't know. I think it is. Seems a little broken. Seems a little broken. We'll give it a minute, figure itself out. Get out while you still can.
They fought well. Good deaths all.
Well, that was weird. Hey, I got all my loot though. I didn't miss out any of the loot. It actually succeeded. Wild. Actually wild. One of your chicken wings? Your friend decided to try and sneak one of your chicken wings. He cried like a little girl, puked, and begged for milk and or mercy. Dude, that's legit. I appreciate that. That's a good story. All right, let's see where we're at. Did that. We got all the affinity on these weapons, so let me get rid of Coda Pox. We're done with you. Done, I say. Move on to... Oh, we're done with all the Coda weapons. How about Tenet? I don't have any yet. Uva. Don't have any yet. Oh my gosh, I'm out of pistols. I got nothing left. Goodness gracious. We have been farming. Alright, one more Forma for this. Just another V polarity. Why not? Then another Forma for this. Now we can fit the big damage like so. Boom. Yep. Gonna kill those Spectre guys real easy now. And then I do have enough for Frost to be maxed. Very comfy. So, Coda Gerudo final build. I have an electric Gerudo. You can use duplicate, or if you have influence with this, if you have it as an electric, and it'll be very powerful. But yeah, let's take a look at the pistols, see what's going on with that. Can get some Tenet weapons, of course. Kuva weapons. Regular compressor. Catabolist? Where's the Catabolist come from? Let's see. Infested sidearm acquisition biolab. Why don't I have that yet? Oh, I think it takes cryotic to build, right? No, this is the ocular system route one. Okay, that's fine. Let's see. Is there anything I haven't built that isn't mastered that I could build right now that wouldn't be a big deal? Everything is just a lot of cryotic. Ooh, I can build another Comac. Alright, let's look for a Comac. I think that comes from here. Chem lab. Alright, let's go to the Chem lab. Get a Comac blueprint. We'll come back and build it. Then we'll get... Let's get this giveaway going. It's for a Hydroid. We're gonna type... Hydroid. Once I get it set up. Yep, exclamation point Hydroid in the chat to get yourself entered to win. Chem lab, you say? Yes, there it is. Give me that. Oh boy, oh boy. Alright, let's get the building. It's happy. Alright, cool. So now I'm going to get into trades and ribbon pricing and all that jazz. Ooh. See, that's the point I was making like a year ago. Alright, let's see. At least we all know a lot more than we used to. That's the good part about life. Time to mine that cryotic. No, I'm not gonna do it. You can't make me. Alright, let's see. Alt. alt account list in the trade chat. Ooh, natural talent. All right, and then main account, or I mean Rivens. Where the Rivens at? Hello, Rivens. No Rivens were found with. Oh, I don't have a wolf sledge. Okay, there we go. But I'm not sure exactly all the Rivens I'm trying to sell, so I gotta actually sort through them too. But we'll get through this together. But first things first, gotta turn on the Warframe.market. Got to do this. Gotta do this. This. Gotta do this. Okay. Alright, perfect. We're online. Yep. Alright, let's take a quick look at the market inventory. I think I need to have it refresh, because it's not synced up. I think it just doesn't like having two accounts linked to it. Well, what happens if I do this? Does that delink them? Alright, now I gotta check. That'll be a nightmare if it undoes all the work I did this morning. It does. Why? See, this is why I don't like using these special tools, because they don't take into account if you have two accounts. They just don't expect someone to be that awesome. Whereas here, I have other contracts.
Just redeemed Wizard. Ah.
Ooh. What's up? Burp. Well, I don't know what to do now, because that's going to be a problem. Well, it didn't post these on... Okay, let me log back out. And then I'll log back in. Da 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 da.
Night Myth just redeemed you.
Login successful. Online. In-game. Interesting. See all contracts visible. See all contracts. Oh, wait, it just reset. Okay, good. Good. Now it's working. Just needed to reset it. Missing items. Okay, cool. Now we're getting somewhere. Godly Sun. Odd could fin Grendel Prime. Roar on Grendel is funny. You got my nourish to 20 energy per second. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. What'd I miss? The stream. True. Oh. Oh yeah, by the way, Nightmare. Ooh. Get a little Grendel down here so we can see what we're doing with the ribbons. Okay. Now I'm ready to go. Okay. First things first. Let's make sure these ribbons are legit. We got the Despair and the Despair. These have been sitting here forever, so I'm going to drop the price down to 200. Can't even sell this at Tomos for 150. Isn't that crazy? Dextocra. We'll bring that down to 150. Bratton 150. Show all. Wait, was I hiding all on my other account? Wait, hold up. Now I'm worried. Okay, no, they're all showing on the other account. Okay. Well, that's why they didn't sell. All right. So we got them posted. Let's see what else we got to sell. The full ribbon list. Yeah. Starting with Amprex. And price them with the thing here. So Amprex with a nice chunky bit of crit chance and toxin. It has a negative. There's one guy online selling for 500 crit chance toxin multi-shot. That's better than mine. These guys are selling for super cheap, but they're not online. I wish it would tell me like how old they are. Most recent. Oh, that's just most recent overall weapons. Advanced filters. Sort by... Nope. Nothing. Alright. Well, that makes it difficult to price. I'll just post it for like 200. Make sure that went through. Perfect. All right. Next, we have an Arcaplasmor. This guy's got fire rate, cold, and critical damage. Ooh. How about fire rate and critical damage alone? Attack speed, which is fire rate, critical damage, multi-shot, minus magazine capacity for 78 top. Oh no, that's just the top bid currently. Never mind. Mine doesn't have a negative. So I'm looking at like 200 flat. Sadly, this guy ain't that expensive. All right, Cisco, I'm keeping Argonac. I'm not gonna post it. It's not really that great. Atomos, I'm gonna keep that one. Balazar, I already posted that one. Ooh, we got a Bratton with critical chance damage and fire rate. Hey, that's me. All right, cool. It's already posted. Catableist. Let's see. Multi-shot. Minus projectile speed, which kind of has a problem on the reload, but not a big deal. Has electricity, but I'm going to just put multi-shot and see what happens. Let's sort by price ascending. Multi-shot electricity. Multi-shot electricity? It's like 100 plat at most. Not very good. Nobody really wants it. Cost assist, it's not ready yet. Let's see. Ooh, I have 2 Coda Motivaires. Let's roll them. Motovore. This is slash attack speed. It's not horrible, but it could be better. Gonna work and lurk. Alright, one more. No. Alright, well, we tried that one. Let's try this one. This one has massive amount. Actually, this one's really good. I'm going to keep this one. Cold impact crit chance. Because the impact gives attack speed. Yeah, I'm going to keep that one. Let's see what we can do with a Kodomotovere. With cold, crit chance, and impact. The impact and the cold both save a weapon slot, so that should be really good. Really? Apparently they like the impact ones. Impact puncture. I think I have the best one. I'm gonna try to sell this for like 800. I forgot about the Kodomotovere's passive multiplier to IPS, impact puncture slash. Let's see, 900? Said 800, but I want 900. All right, let's see what's next. Corinth. I need to re-roll that if I'm gonna sell it. Post in trade chat again. Well, we did it. Good job, team. Crit chance, crit damage, multi-shot. First try. 900 plat already bid for this one. Has minus ammo maximum. Pretty extreme minus ammo maximum. Let's get rid of the crit damage and see what we find. 600. Alright, now we'll get rid of the crit chance. This will probably drop it lower. Actually, there's just none. Okay. And then we'll drop it without the multi. Crit chance, crit damage, 300. That makes sense. Alright, so with all three, I have no competition, but someone else with a worse ribbon is selling for 900. So let's do 1,000. Easy $1,000 ribbon. Just like that. Oh, I have to refresh the thing first. What you got, Baruch? I'll sell you a Baruch. Don't forget to enter the giveaway, exclamation point Hydroid. Currently, we have... Wait, did the giveaway break? I think the giveaway broke. Nope, there we go. We have 8 people entered. And it looks like it's... Yep, it's good. All right. Baruch. I got you, Baruch, right here. Enjoy. Okay. Back to Ribbons. Need to travel back to my home. Uh-oh. I don't think it wants to do the thing. Let's try this again. Nope. I'll travel back one more time. You're staying out of giveaways unless it's crazy rare vaulted weapon or something.
Each enemy is more powerful than before. Only with true mastery of the ten of our
Yeah, if you don't need it, you don't have to enter. That's fine. Nobody's forcing you. Okay. That should have reset it. It did. All right, good. All right, so the Corinth is going to be 1,000. Then the next ribbon on the list by name is Death Machine Rifle. I don't think that'll sell. Dracoon needs to be re-rolled. Let's try to re-roll the Dracoon. Should I try what others need? No, if I could just sell my Frost Prime for 150 plat. True. Oh, there it is. Oop, there it is. Oop, there it is. Alright, so we got a Dracoon with multi-shot, crit damage, and cold. Let's look at multi-shot crit damage on the Dracoon. Punch through magazine capacity. Mine's somewhere between 300 and above. But this is a crazy price. 7,777 is insane for a Dracoon. No one's going to pay that much for any Dracoon ribbon, no matter how good. So the fact that it has cold on a shotgun is not the best. But I think there's a Kuva Dracoon, right? So that'll make up for it with the extra element. So let's go with like a 400. Once I get it to refresh. Can you come down on Wisp? What are you asking? No. 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 Good. Did it work? Okay, good. It worked. Okay, so the Dracoon 400. And then we got Evan's song. Even the song of my people will be sung to the end of time. EVA. EVE. Even song. Oh boy.
Playing got a weird mind. If you work 8 hours, I'ma work 9. If the shit tastes sour, you should taste mine. Stay in power for a long time. Nah, I ain't a quitter. Toss me the ball, I'm a
It only has a magazine of 1, so that's a harmless negative. So we got status chance multi-shot. That could be really good. What's the status on this thing? Yeah, it has really high status. That might be really good, especially with split flights. But I'd prefer to have, like, I don't know what other stats, something else. Maybe even crit chance, crit damage. Punch through would be good. Minus multi-shot, very bad. We'll do 2 more. Ooh, last one. Come on, give me something. Oh, critical chance and punch through. Better than nothing. All right. We'll hold on to that to roll it some more, though, instead of posting it right now. I got the Fullman fire rate damage minus impact. Let's see what that is. The minus impact is a positive on that then. So let's see. With base damage and fire rate, since it has infinite ammo, the fire rate's actually really good too. And has negative. These ones have cold on them, but they don't have a positive negative. So I think I can ask for a lot more. Let's go for 300. And I'll level it up. Here goes the endo. All right. Yeah. Do like 300. Oh, I gotta reset again. Anytime I roll it or change it, I have to reset. Okay. This Furax one is pretty good. Although this needs to be leveled up too. It's got really powerful initial combo and attack speed, which is great for a heavy attack spam build. And Furax itself, I think, has heavy attack modifiers on the Incarnon, right? I don't have it on this account, but I think so. We'll leave that. And then not going to sell the Gaze Riven. Not going to sell the Grakata. I was playing around with the Harmony Riven. I'll keep that for a little bit. Ooh, how about this Jat Kitag? Jat Kitag. This thing has critical chance and initial combo. Very good for heavy attack spam. Does have a harmless negative, but I want to see what everybody else has. Nope, nobody has it. How about critical chance? None of the critical chance have a knit combo. What do the knit combo build ones have? Ooh, they like that. Critical damage, initial combo damage, minus impact, which is a huge positive on this weapon. So mine's not that good. But mine does have 40 initial combo, which puts it over the threshold. And a lot more crit chance than that. Mine's 275. So I think I could get like at least 3,000 for this, because there are no other initial combo ribbons out there. Next. Gosh, ribbons are annoying. I have a Kuva Brahma ribbon. I'm gonna roll that. Reload speed doesn't do anything. Attack speed does. But crit chance multi is pretty good. Fire rate, magazine capacity. Ew. Alright, give it 2 more. Nope. 1 more. Nope. Alright. Not selling it today. Next. Or was I Kuva? Got a Latum ribbon. Fire rate. Darn it. Did it again. Latum ribbon with fire rate and crit chance. Crit chance bad. Corrosive and critical damage isn't bad at all. Darn, that's a extra damage, not reduced damage. Ew. Alright. It's a really good start. Oh, that's not good. Alright, one more? One more. Nope. Alright. I'll hold on to that. I'm gonna play around with that before I try to sell it. I feel like that would be one I need to test out to see how good it is. Just late to stream. Just strolling on in. Don't mind me. I'm not minding you. I'm just disappointed. No. I have 2 Okina ribbons. Hey! We should do something with this. Melee damage, critical chance. And ooh. Oh no, that's gotta be for me, right? That's a god roll. Is that the one I have? Yeah. So minus puncture, absolutely goated. Extra crit chance, super awesome. And then this cold electric pairs with the toxin mod to give you corrosive cold. It is literally the most sleeper ribbon you'll ever see, because people don't realize how good elements can be. But with 1 mod and 1 ribbon, I got corrosive cold and reduced puncture and crit chance. That's insane. It's insane. Crazy good. Crazy good. I don't even need to use a crit chance mod. Actually, I'm using this. Yeah. Lets me use galvanized steel and still have over 100% crit. Wow. Just wow. So stinking powerful. I'm gonna play with that some more. Okay, so the other Okina Riven is up for grabs. With melee damage and crit chance. Let's see what we can find as far as information. Okina's in hot demand. So this could be really good. But whenever I get a Riven that's this good, probably gonna give it to you guys. Minus status chance. Pretty harmless in the negative. So everything that has crit chance and damage. This one has added puncture. Ooh, that one's really cheap. You should probably buy that. Critical chance and damage and puncture for 115. This one, heavy attack efficiency, it's about 1,000. That's about where mine's at. Somewhere between there. I could do mine for like 900. But this one is my favorite weapon right now. And I would feel bad selling it to someone instead of giving it to you guys. So stay tuned for that. We're going to do a giveaway for that instead of trying to sell it. Take a screenshot so don't forget. Alright, what's next? After Okina, we have a Phage Riven, a Paris Riven, a Pox Riven, Actually, I kind of wanted to know how good the Pox can get with a Pox Riven. I wanted to test this out. Because the Pox is actually not as bad as people were making it out to be. It just has flight time issues, which can be fixed. Don't want punch through, it's an AoE, I think.
Lise_40 just redeemed say hi.
That was so close. That was 2 out of 3 faction damage. Liz40, welcome on in. Reload speed's good. You know, let's keep this for now. Multi-shot, finally. Damage to Grenier's not bad for this weapon because it kind of has issues with getting through armor. Oh, it's my favorite Riven roll. I'm so tempted. Just straight up viral. This is great. I could have viral heat. I'm doing it. All right. It's what I want. Oh yeah. Oh, that's nice. Let's go see what that feels like. Oh yeah. That's huge. Woo, boy. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Dude, saves 2 mod slots. I can get lethal in there. What was I? I think I was using reload speed, but this has reload speed. I can put it back though. Even faster. I think maybe just fire rate at that point. Just more fire rate. Oh no, or projectile speed. What was the projectile speed one? Momentum? I think I can get away with that. It's kind of a comfy build, but 3.33 fire rate, 2.7 multi-shot, innate viral Riven, no reload speed to speak of, no reloading time to speak of because of this. Massive amounts of extra multi-shot too. Yeah, I think that'll be fun. Play around with that. If I like it, I'll give it to you guys. As per the usual. Anybody a big fan of the Rauta? That one weird shotgun? This thing? Anybody a fan of this weird one? Because I have 2 ribbons for it that I don't intend, I don't believe I'll be able to sell anytime soon. One has multi-shot damage and heat with increased weapon recoil, and one has reload speed, cold, and crit damage with extra recoil. And one of them has just toxin and damage. I have 3 of them. 3 Rauta ribbons. Reaper, Prime, and Redeemer. Isn't Reaper Prime that one blade? Yeah, it's this one. Initial combo crit damage, minus range is a killer on that. Gotta re-roll it. Oh, dang it! Dang it, it's reduced damage to Corpus. It was so stinking close! Triple faction. Critical chance, combo count chance, eh. Slide attacks? Ain't nobody doing no slide attacks. We take those slide attacks back to where they came from. I don't know, man. That's okay. We gotta keep going. One more. Or 2 more since I'm gonna be out of Kuva. Doesn't really matter. Nope. Alright, we'll keep rolling later. How about the other one? Where's it sitting at? Combo duration, heat, melee damage? That's actually not bad. Okay. We're out of Kuva. What do we do? Ripka's, Seraphang, Scourge, Shidu. I'm going to keep the Shidu, of course. Skana. Stug. I got a Stug ribbon. Synapse ribbons. Critical chance cold fire rate. Oh, it's pretty good. And it. These all need to be re-rolled. That's the one I use for Larvo. I have an extra Vermi Splicer. This guy. Cold punch through. Critical chance. I think that's not the one I'm using. Oh, that is the one I'm using. So, electricity multi-shot fire rate is the one I'm not using. Why? Oh, I wanted the crit chance. Okay. That's fair. How about Verme Splicer alt? Don't have it. Alright, cool. So we will put this up for the next auction too. This is actually a very, very strong ribbon for the fact that I'm not using it. Alright, and then that's it. We've got through the whole alphabet. What a shame. Hydroid raffle's still going. Everybody's getting entered. Yep. Alright, cool. How many people we got? 9. List just entered. Good, good. Anime. Anime's in there. Nice. We got 10 people. Only 10. Alright. I guess we'll roll the Hydroid giveaway. And then I'll do some more trading. And go to the bathroom after that. Or after the giveaway. Prepare for the roll. The wheel. This is a Hydroid wheel. And the entries are closed. And they are on the wheel. Are you ready? Are you? Are you? Alright, let's do it. For all the marbles and tentacles. Anime lover! Oh my gosh. Those last minute entries, man. They're too strong. Here you go. Anime. Congratulations. Where you at? Whoever's last to enter wins every time. It starts to feel that way, doesn't it? I agree with you. There's something wrong here. Oh. I can assure you this is not the truth. Oh, sleeping wounds. Congo rats, I agree. Gotta hop on. Alright, cool. Who dat? Corrosive projection. Do I have one of those left? Oh, I do. Banana! Alright, let me go to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll get more trading. Nice! Be right back. Hopefully we get an acolyte too. Fashion victims about to become murder victims. Dude, he's talking mad mess. He called me a fashion victim. Oh, bro.
Bro, no. If the projectile speed was multi-shot, I'd be like so happy. Status, duration, and chance? Nah. You would follow the golden instinct if it led exactly to the loot. For more than 5 meters? Yeah. Don't get the rare loot, it's trash. Dude, I'm too good at this game. That's just a fact. For this lovely Ally be raged. Welcome on in. Yo, yo, homie, yo, what's up? What's good? What it do? Let's see. Anime is on the way. Has received my invite. Good, good. Bursting 8. Okay. How are we doing on relics? Zakuva Fortress. Ooh, Tesha Void. Tesha Void Exterminate. Let's go! My body is ready. Preparing for speed running in the void. Wanted to try the pox out, so I'll keep that. And speed run weapon. Ah, yeah. Look at me go. Pro gamer. Hi, droid. More tentacles, more fun. More loot. If you have the right mod. Oh, that reminds me. Time for chest exercise. Got it. There you go. All right. If you want to join me to crack some relics in the void, we got some speed running to do. Also still going to try to get some of these trades out. I have a lot of trading to do to prepare for tomorrow's affinity blessings. Anybody wants in, let me know. Ow! It's not easy. It's very difficult. Butters? Yeah? Come on down. There's 7 relics. Yeah, let's go for some Cora Neuroptics. That sounds good. I got 12 of them. No names, Tenno. Yeah, so we're going to chill for about 30 more minutes. Then we're going to watch the Path of Exile 2 dev stream. Talking about 3.0 release. Which is supposed to be this month. So that'll be good. And then we will get back into more Warframe most likely. Or maybe play a little bit of Path of Exile for funsies. Depending on how good the information is. And we probably will end up back in Warframe by the end of stream. Either way. Got about 30 minutes to speedrun this. Needlework on your wounds? Bro. Who dat? Yep. 1 minute. Actually, I'm gonna turn this off since we only have a little bit of time. I'll come back to it. Their bodies are getting in the way of my teleports. All right. Darn it. Didn't get it. Akbolto. Interesting. So
Here will serve you well.
I think I have... Yes, I do have. That's going to be fun. Alright, let me quickly take care of this trade and then I'll bring you back in. Such low energy right now. Do some exercises. That's what gets me going. Get the juices flowing. Rolling up with Martyr Symbiosis. Quite precocious. True, that's a fact. It's a fact of life. Adrenaline. Alright, we're back. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, I'm gonna get water while we load in. K7, where are you? K7. Oh, I have 12 of them, 11 of them left. There you go. All right. was going to put this off till later, but I just can't wait. For those of you who do not yet have a fully stacked Arcane Energize, this is your chance. We're going to do an Arcane Energize fully stacked giveaway.
Keep fighting. As long as the enemy is here, this tower is useless to us.
And all you gotta do is type exclamation point energy in chat to get entered to win. This is for people who do not yet have a fully stacked Arcane Energize.
You have broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find
You can enter if you have an R3. Yes, you can. If you don't have a fully stacked, you can enter.
The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
Oh, a limbo systems. Interesting. Let me see if I can. Can't change the verbiage. Yep. If you do not have a fully stacked Arcane Energize, you can enter the giveaway. We will pull the winner hours from now. It's going to be after everything. Like 2 hours from now. Or later. So lots of time to enter. Should have entered last. Yeah. Too late now. Wait, did I not pick a relic? I know I did. That's weird. There we go. I should probably play Titania if you're playing Titania, then we do double heats. Twice the heat, twice the fun. I want to play with the Pox though.
Accept your death, and you may yet avoid it. Trust in your training.
Uh-oh.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside. The tower's neural sentry has turned these soldiers into mindless attack drones. You need to take them out. Got him. their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Body extraction.
Let's rumble.
No! I'm sorry, team. I'm a bad Nova. Don't touch the portal. Oh, we lost one. Ew. That's funny. Oh yeah, that's way better for projectile drop. Galatine part? I'll take that. Yep. Energize.
To strike. You strike to win. The lesson ends.
Oh yeah. I wonder. What? How'd you do that? Nope. Doesn't work if we do that. I think you have to let me do it. Otherwise it breaks. Because I'm the host. Warframe. Play Warframe channel. Live. Videos. Yep, we had nothing yesterday. Interesting. You're itchy. You touched grass? I warned you. They never listen.
Calls for a song.
The relic has been cracked open.
I got power strength.
Find out what's inside. Rainier should have known better than to walk into an Oregon tower unprepared. Let's clean up their mess.
Need more mana.
The enemy is broken. Well done. Now get to extraction.
This build needs refining. I did not say outside. The word outside did not come out of my mouth. I said go exercise. I did not say outside. Flip it. I would never suggest such a thing. Ugh. And why is this build not working? Well, that's why. Lotus setup. I do feel more awake. Got some juice. Juice is flowing. Good.
Accept your death, and you may yet avoid it. Trust in your training.
The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
I'm so speedy.
The tower's neural sentry has turned
Whee!
soldiers into mindless attack drones. You need to take them out.
Go, go, go. Bruh.
The enemy is broken. Well done. Now get to extraction.
Uh-oh. They're doing the puzzle room. Well. Brandon doesn't have enough credits. That's fine. Whoever the winner is, I have to trade it to them directly. So help your friend. Yes, you can enter, but then help your friend get the credits they need in order for me to trade it to them. Because it's a lot of credits. Yep. But if someone doesn't have enough credits, I'll run them through an index, and then we'll get the credits, and then problem solve. I really gotta figure out what's wrong with this build. Give me just a half a second. I have the full modus set, but I'm still getting knocked back. So, modus set no longer works to prevent you from getting knocked back while in Arcwing form. That's annoying. I think there was a, oh, that was the Vitality mod. I don't have that on this account. How about we do that instead? Okay. That should solve all my problems. Now I have Steadfast, so I can also use that. Oh yeah, we're good. How long can you hold it for a friend getting credit farm until then? I can hold it for a little while, but they gotta be available. They gotta like show up and be like, yo, I'm the winner. Help me get this item, and I'll run them through index if they don't have enough credits. It'll only be like a 10-minute index run to get enough credits. So that shouldn't be like the factor that stops them from getting it. But if they don't show up or anything for like a week, then gotta move on. Gotta move on. Because usually even after stream I'm available most days. Or I can make myself available if need be.
The enemy is broken. Well done. Now get to extraction.
Hiya! You've seen me online once, but you were doing EDA. What time do you play? Woo! We got it. We got it. I'm rich. Yeah.
You exist to strike.
More evening or in the late night. Makes sense. Wait. Right now, it's like 12:50 in the afternoon. What time is it for you? I'm 3 hours behind you. Oh my gosh, you play late. Because I'm usually playing at 6 o'clock my time. I just can't bring myself to do more call missions. Those are good plat hours. Oh yeah, for sure. Middle of the night is the best time to trade. Best time to trade.
Your weapons make music, and the enemy calls for a song.
Well done, Tenno. Your relic is open. The Grineer should have known better than to walk into an Oregon tower unprepared. Let's clean up their mess.
Guys are so tanky. Just
In their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction. Intruder terminated.
You just got a Cedo Prime? Cedo Prime's so good. It's so strong. What's this? All trash? Literally, all trash. Nuggets!
A valuable lesson.
Yeah, you're still in the weeklies only. Yep. That's because most of the people who are like daywalkers, you know, the trade chat zombies, they go to sleep at night. People like me who are here all day with nothing else to do. How relaxing to play video games all day long. Feels good.
The art of combat must be practiced to truly master the canvas of war.
The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside. Fighting. As long as the enemy is here, this tower is useless to us. You have broken their very successful mission. Find extraction.
No! You will pay for your crimes. Ooh. Give me that loot. Wisp blueprint. Very nice. Boys are back in town. You got some lasagna. That's nice.
Very good.
I like lasagna. This takes forever to cook. I don't like having the oven on in the summer for that long. What are we eating today? I had some ramen and some beef jerky just now. Keep it simple. Where'd it go? Oh, I'm down to my last 4.
Accept your death.
For some reason, my leg is falling asleep.
Trust in your training.
Oh, I had it like bent up a second ago. That's why. My bad, my fault. My leg's like, ah! I need more blood flow. Another power strength buff? Gotta be kidding me.
Fighting. As long as the enemy is here, this tower is useless to us. Broken their ranks and they are on the run.
Araxia in the helmet?
Find extraction.
Yep. Just the simple things in life. A little titania, a little thermal sunder. No big deal. Ooh, it's time.
As you conquer the foe, so you conquer
I think
yourself.
they're on Twitch. Twitch.
Definitely.
To here to save our people, to save our way. Over the
Oh,
ages,
they already started.
we have known
We're late.
pain like no other, but we endured, and we became mighty. Now, outsiders dishonor our shores, and we have stood by, doing nothing. Hear my voice, ancestors!
It's the dirty bird. Ooh.
The true Makuramakoi will rise.
Yay! Act 4! 35 new areas. It is time. Oh my gosh. Introducing. What? Well, August 29th.
Now, as you can see, there's a lot going on, and we have a lot to reveal today.
Well, they did promise
Start
this
by
month.
Going over Act 4, the next chapter in the Path of Exile 2 storyline. But that's not all. There's also 3 new interlude acts to
In
keep the
August
game, which makes it
29th.
moving cruel difficulty too. After that, we'll be going through the massive changes to characters. I'm super excited to show you how I've overhauled the entire support gem system, added new skills, and yes, there are buffs. Next, we'll go over the Rise of the Abyssal, this season's exclusive league mechanic, and talk about the new rewards, crafting systems, areas, and bosses that it adds. After that, it's on to changes we're making to the endgame. Then it's time to talk about items, crafting, and oh yeah, trade. That's going to be a big one. We'll then go over our new supporter packs and finish up with a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile 2's game directors, myself and Mark, your questions from Twitch chat. And after that, at 4 p.m. Pacific, patch notes. They're not quite complete, but they should give you some nice details to chew on. We've got a lot to cover today, but first, another announcement. When the third edict launches on the 29th, we'll be having a free weekend for Path of Exile 2. That's right, Path of Exile 2 will be free for the first time without requiring an early access key. The free weekend will end on September the 1st, so you'll have plenty of time to give the game a try. Alright, let's get started with Act 4.
That's crazy. It's going to be so busy.
Doyani has agreed to help you find an
Do they have server support for that? That's going to be insane.
Edict. The weapon was broken in ages past, but he believes that the pieces may be found in the Karui Archipelago, the home of the Karui tribes. You will need to journey to Kingsmarch, hire a ship, and set sail. When you open the map, you can choose to sail anywhere you like. Act 4 is completely non-linear, and you can visit the islands in any order you choose.
Okay.
Will you visit the pristine beaches of Whakapanu Island?
The what?
The whisper of a curse that afflicts all who travel there. Perhaps it's related to the weapon you seek.
The what?
Maybe you will visit the volcanic shores of the Isle of Kin. The Kin have been more restless recently, mining for sulfite and driven by some dark force. Perhaps you will choose to consult with one of the local Karui tribes.
Broke my brain, dude.
Defining the third edict. No matter where you choose to go, you will fight dangerous beasts, find fabulous treasures, and battle incredible bosses.
A challenger! Come, Yamasi.
Yeah, I did watch Gamescom. Yeah.
There are 8 islands to discover, each teeming with its own flora and fauna. Act 4 contains over 100 new monster types, 16 new areas, 12 new bosses, and plenty of other interesting encounters. There's a huge amount to show, but we're not going to spoil too much here. We want to give you a chance to discover it all for yourself. What happens after Act 4? Well, until now you had to repeat the entire campaign again before you could face the endgame. But after adding Act 4, the game is far too long to make you do that. We needed something else to do in between the end of Act 4 and the endgame. So what else could we do? Add 3 new mini-acts, of course, and we're calling them the Interludes. The Interludes are a set of 3 temporary side stories that will be included in the game until Act 5 is released. That will take you to level 65 where the endgame can begin.
Okay.
The first interlude takes you on a
Interesting.
journey back to Ogham. Renly has been leading the efforts to rebuild Ogham Village after the defeat of Count Geonor, but there's a new danger afoot. The nearby town of Holton is surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, and each night their corrupted townfolk emerge to raid the local farmlands. You'll discover new areas.
Okay.
And new bosses. You'll need to find your way through the darkness, uncover the source of corruption.
Soon you will serve our
I'm still doing that through the darkness stuff. So dumb.
And that's just the first interlude. The second interlude will have you return to the Vasteri Desert, where Asala has been given a sacred duty. When the skies align, the gifting of water requires a chosen Sekima to meet with the Selkari, guardians of the sacred water, but they're nowhere to be found. You will need to track down the Selkari, find those responsible for disrupting the gifting, fight even more new bosses, discover the secrets of the ancient ritual, discover new locations, and ultimately help Asala carry out her sacred duty. Now for Interlude 3. As Royal Thaumaturge of the Vaal, Goyani had plans within plans to save his people from the cataclysm perpetuated by Atzeri's lust for power. One such plan involved sealing a group of willing Vaal deep in a great mountain vault near the home of the Asmeri, deep enough to survive the cataclysm. Even though thousands of years have passed, he believes that their descendants may still live, and may be key to defeating the beast. The journey up the mountain will be dangerous. New foes stand in your way. And the further up the mountain you venture, the colder it will become. Explore caves of ice, and enter the vault itself. Who can say what you will find within? The interludes are 6 to 7 areas each, and generally include 4 boss fights as well. When you put that together with Act 4, that adds up to 35 new areas in the campaign, and 24 new bosses.
Okay.
It's worth making clear that the interludes are temporary. When Act 5 and 6 are added, the interludes will be going away. These are side stories after all, but don't worry, the bosses and areas that make up the interlude are all part of the endgame. We're not just going to throw them away. And
Okay.
with that, we don't need cruel difficulty anymore. We do know that it was a pretty big chore to have to play through the campaign multiple times on each character, and this was a huge reason that the campaign could feel like a bit of a slog when playing through again. But we do also have another new feature to address that particular concern as well. So let's talk about sprinting. In 030, when you hold down the dodge roll button, your character will go into a sprint after they finish the roll. This is available on all character classes, and there's no limitation on how long you can sprint for.
What?
The primary purpose of this feature is to make navigating areas faster when out of combat. Because of that, if you do take a hit while sprinting, you'll fall to the ground. Just use a skill when you see monsters. That'll break you out of the sprint so you can engage with no danger. If you do need to run away from monsters, just hold spacebar. You won't be vulnerable during the roll, and you're faster while sprinting than basically any monster in the game, allowing you to retreat from combat.
Okay.
Sprint is a pretty significant change to POE2's gameplay. What I like most about it is that we can accelerate the pace of the game for those who want that, without having to compromise on POE2's more visceral combat systems. Okay, so that's the new extensions to the campaign, but there's a whole giant league to play through as well. I'll leave that to Mark to talk about later, and that's because what I want to talk about now is the new stuff for your characters.
I mean, it's
Probably
better
one of
than
the biggest
nothing
new
for the
systems here
running.
is with the support gems.
Support!
Gems are one of the most interesting elements.
I need
to
more
creating a
support!
build. They're what enables so many interesting mechanics and different ways to play, but POE2's support gem system has just never been quite right. One of the major issues is the limitation of only having one support gem of each type on your character. We didn't want builds to just become using the same 5 most powerful supports in every skill. The problem with this design, though, is that it's actually working against using multiple skills in your build. If you can only use each support gem on one skill, it means that you're encouraged to go all in on that one ability.
Yep.
We want to encourage you to combo your abilities, something needed to change. So with that in mind,
Yep.
we've removed the restriction of having one of each support gem per character. You can now use as many copies as you like. This should drastically increase the amount of possible builds and increase the amount of skill diversity.
It does.
There are a lot of potential builds that suffered from the previous restriction. For example, a poison build previously couldn't add poison to more than one skill. They couldn't use
Yeah.
poison on more than one skill either. This severely limited your ability to combo with anything outside of the specifically designed poison archetype, but now you can. Many utility skills previously couldn't scale to endgame because the supports that would make them scale were more useful to use in other skills. You would never speed up your palm with martial tempo when you would much rather use it on your primary skill instead. There are more examples like this all over the place.
Oh, yeah.
In addition to that, though, we thought there wasn't enough feeling of progression in the supports as you went through the game.
Ooh.
There were only 3 tiers of supports, and many of the most important ones were given out at tier 1. Also, there were no strict upgrades, meaning that upgrading supports when you ran out of sockets required quite a lot of thinking. In order to solve these issues, we now also have multiple levels of many supports as you go through the game. For example, double barrel support gives you an extra bolt, but at the cost of 30% less reload speed. At
Nice.
tier 2, the penalty gets lowered to 20%.
Nice.
But then at tier 3, the support gem gets something new. It now reloads automatically when you heavy stun an enemy.
Woo!
In some cases, the highest tiers might work a little differently, and you'll have to decide if you like the upgrade or not, depending on your build. For
Ooh, okay.
example, rapid casting. The first couple of levels gives 15, then 20% increased cast speed. But then at tier 3, it changes to a new approach. For each different spell you cast in the last 8 seconds, you get 10% increased cast speed, which could be a pretty big bonus if you use a lot of different spells. So that's pretty good for upgrades
Wow.
to the campaign.
That's
We
huge.
wanted to add a little more spice to the endgame for supports too. And that's where our new system, lineage supports, comes in. You can think of these like unique items, but for supports. There are supports that are only available at endgame, but they're much more powerful. Like Ratha's Assault. It's an upgraded version of Double Barrel that reloads your skill as you dodge roll, as well as increasing the number of bolts it can hold.
Yeah.
But it does mean that it's the only way you can reload the skill now. Now, unlike regular supports, you can't find these through the uncut support gem. Just like unique items, many of these can be found from specific bosses.
Okay.
And there's a ton in the regular drop pool too. Some of them are fairly rare. Others fairly common.
Okay.
Some of them are build defining.
Ooh.
Others are just straight up power upgrades.
Nice. Okay.
All in all, there's around 40 lineage supports being added throughout the endgame, so there's a lot of power to find out there. Now, the new support gems are certainly going to open up a lot of builds, but of course we have a huge range of improvements to individual character classes as well.
Yay.
As well as adding new skills, we had a big focus on buffing existing skills so that they
Yay.
can scale well into the endgame. There's a huge amount to cover here, so we're not going to discuss everything. We're just going to quick fire through some of the coolest changes.
Okay.
We wanted to make cold a more useful element on the Ranger, so we've expanded the cold tools available. As well as increasing its range, Escape Shot now creates fragments of ice whenever it hits the ground. These fragments explode after a short time, making the skill better for killing groups of enemies. But not only that, we added an ice fragment support that creates more of them when killing frozen enemies.
Okay.
And a new buff skill called Ice Tipped Arrows that allows all your arrows to create ice fragments.
Oh, nice. Okay.
This already gives clear to rangers wanting to use ice. But to take further advantage of the ice fragments, Freezing Salvo has been upgraded to shoot additional cold arrows towards every fragment, giving you a nuke-like ability.
Oh, wow. Okay.
We've also modified Snipe to consume frozen from enemies, dealing a huge amount more damage, giving you a nice ice single target option. And something you might notice about this is that the bonus is a lot higher against bosses. This is actually a change you'll see throughout the entire game. Since it's a lot harder to freeze a boss, you should get a bigger reward for it.
Yep.
Another theme you'll see throughout the game is making movement feel better. Toxic Growth is a skill that was pretty cool, but a bit annoying to use with the jump that it had. Now Toxic Growth is a range skill, so you can spam it more easily. And we've also added a new poison skill while we were at it, called Toxic Domain. It creates a small area around you that makes all your attacks create toxic growth pustules, but attached to monsters.
Ooh.
Another skill that was annoying to use was Electrocuting Arrow. It's now just a regular arrow, making it easier to use.
Oh, good.
But it also means you can support it with projectile supports.
Yeah.
And it now also has area of effect, making it a tool for more than just single target, and allowing it to scale into the endgame. We also added a new spirit reservation called Mirage Archer. This is a meta skill that allows you to create shadowy clones of yourself to use a skill of your choice.
Oh, cool.
Of course, one of the other big problems the Ranger had was survivability. Evasion was the weakest of the 3 defenses, and we wanted to change that. Currently, evasion doesn't evade all types of hits in the game, so you're still vulnerable to things like slams or unblockable attacks. To make evasion characters more tanky, we're adding a new mechanic called Deflect. Unlike evasion, Deflect works on everything, and if you successfully deflect a hit, you take 40% less damage. Items can now give you a mod that gives you some amount of deflection based on your evasion.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And there's a bunch of it available on the passive tree too.
Oh, good,
Deflection
good.
is rolled in addition to evasion, so this is an upgrade for regular hits too. And unlike evasion,
Nice.
there's no maximum chance. You can reach 100% deflect against all hits if you spec into it enough. Of course, this
No
is
way.
all dex characters, so the mercenary and the monk, but especially the huntress, are seeing big defense boosts from this as well. Speaking of defensive mechanics, let's talk about block and parry. Now, one of the big concerns on the release of the Huntress was parry feeling unreliable. One of the big reasons for this is there's a lot of hits that are not blockable, and thus not parryable either. So a huge balance change we're making is that now, everything is blockable, except for specifically unblockable red flash skills that bosses use.
Alright.
This makes parry much more reliable. And not only that, but to make block and parry nicer to use, you now also move faster than before while using these abilities. This is a massive buff to passive block as well. So to counter that, we did have to lower the max passive block a bit, but overall you should feel much safer.
Okay.
Fire skills on the warrior were not really cutting the mustard, so we decided we needed to upgrade a bunch of them, but also add some more as well. Let's start with a buff. Volcanic fish are now branches into multiple fishes, giving it much more clearing potential. We've also added a new skill called Forge Hammer. This skill throws a molten hammer that does a slam at a distance. You can recall the hammer back by using the skill again if you like, but the cooler thing to do is to use a war cry near it. Using a war cry makes the hammer explode, making a bunch of volcanic fishes around.
Yeah.
Fishes reach out when you slam. So
Yes.
skill to make a flaming arena to fight
I
a
love that aesthetic, dude. That's so awesome.
We also buffed Perfect Strike to have much larger area of effect, and changed Molten Blast to not always force you to move forward.
Perfect Strike's more
It feels a
AoE?
lot better to use now.
Wow.
It has massively boosted chance to ignite monsters as well. And you're going to want to ignite monsters due to a new glory skill called Ancestral Cry. Ancestral Cry charges up with glory by igniting monsters, invoking King Kalm's favor. After you do, use it to channel Kalm's ancestral power. Every attack will be ancestrally boosted with fire. Your very steps will explode, triggering volcanic fishes, and molten balls will
Oh,
erupt.
wow.
Warrior shield skills were another area we wanted to improve. Now that we've got sprint, we actually don't need to have a cooldown on shield charge anymore. It now also does more damage the further away you are when you use it.
Okay.
Shield wall got significantly upgraded AoE. Also, you can
Good,
shield
good.
charge right through it to trigger.
Oh, nice. That's a really good AoE.
We also added a new shield war cry. Fortifying Cry gives you a defensive buff, but it also builds up charge on your shield that empowers your other shield skills. And Magma Barrier now doesn't require timing in order to use. Just wait for your shield to charge up and block.
No way.
Seismic Cry now stuns enemies that are primed for stun. And we changed the Sunder interaction with Armor Break. It now also gives a Sundered Armor debuff that makes enemies take 40% extra physical damage.
Yes.
Great for bosses.
Yes.
Ancestral Warrior Totem has undergone some pretty significant changes too. We wanted the skill to feel more like using an ultimate. That summoning an ancestor to fight for you was a big deal. So we've changed this totem to require 3 endurance charges to summon, and massively buffed its damage. It also now scales with your weapon damage too. Since there's no limit anymore, if you build around generating endurance charges, you can summon an entire forest of totems. In order to make that
Oh,
easier,
wow.
we added some new sources of endurance charges. There's now a support to make perfect strike generate charges, and a support for generating endurance charges from heavy stuns as well. Speaking of totems, we wanted to upgrade the Warbringer. Among the other changes we've made to this class, Answered Call now gives an extra totem, and the spirits have just been generally buffed in many ways. Use it with your limitless ancestral warrior forest to make an army of Karui that would make Tukohama proud.
Okay.
We've also merged the Great Wolf Howl and Warcaller's Bellow support, so that you can get all the benefits with 1 point. And Encased in Jade no longer removes the Jade when getting hit, making it a much better defense.
Nice. Okay.
Next up, let's talk about accuracy. Accuracy was always intended to be something that warriors didn't need to care about very much.
Yes.
Close combat. But unfortunately, that's not currently the case. This was
Yes.
particularly annoying with skills like Bone Shatter. which
Very
is so
annoying.
difficult to miss with. So we significantly buffed your chance to hit at close ranges when you don't have much accuracy. Warriors shouldn't require any accuracy investment in order to hit with close range attacks now.
Oh gosh, thank you.
We also wanted to improve armor. Now, one of the major weaknesses of armor is the inability to defend against elemental damage. In order to mitigate this, we're adding a lot more of the stat that allows your armor to defend against elemental damage. It's now available on items and in a lot more places on the passive tree.
Nice. Okay. That was really a problem for my
The most
build.
important improvements we've made in 030 is to declunk the action and flow of shooting crossbows. You can now reload crossbows without any movement penalty.
Okay, cool.
But not only that, all skills that can be used while moving now slow you for a shorter amount of time. This
Oh,
benefits everyone, not just crossbow skills. With both of these changes put together, the run and gun playstyle feels much better.
Yes.
It's hard to explain how important this change is
Yes.
to the feel of the class.
Yes. It is. It is
This
good.
is also a good chance to talk about how we've rebalanced
Queso-like.
comboing skills much better. Take Shock, for example. It buffs damage and lasts 4 seconds right now, but that isn't really giving you enough time to take advantage of it. If you're going to add a lightning skill into a build that otherwise wouldn't use one, we need to make mechanics like this much better. So we've increased shock duration on monsters to last 8 seconds. And skills like Plasma Blast, which are intended to be good at shocking enemies, now increase the damage bonus by a lot more. Find
Yes.
changes like this all around the game. Chill now lasts 8 seconds, giving you more of a reason to weave in cold damage. Freezing skills are better at freezing. Burning skills need to cause burns that last longer. But making skills like Permafrost Bolts and Incendiary Shot double down on how they're supposed to be used.
Let's
makes you
go,
building
log
your builds with
in.
other skills much more likely. Also making sure to buff specific combos too. Freeze explosions from frag rounds
19 days.
enemies. And using high velocity rounds with armor break will now fragment the opponent's armor. This causes monsters to take a portion of high velocity rounds damage with every subsequent hit, even tiny pellets. So that means following it with a shotgun blast is way more effective. Now there's a lot more buffs to crossbow skills, but for now I'm just going to talk about the new one we added, the Mortar Cannon. This one lets you socket any grenade skill, and using it will summon a cannon which loads and then fires the grenade you choose.
Turrets. Turrets.
The mercenary were banners. They were just not very good, so we're doing a
Yep.
big upgrade to them. They now last longer, don't disappear when moving out of them, and we removed the Valor mechanic. They now just give a much more consistent and stronger buff, and you can use them to get
Nice.
enough glory.
Nice.
On which, one of the main focuses was making various minion types more useful to use together. Melee minions in particular were just not that great compared to ranged ones. As a
True.
starting point, we just straight up removed the requirement for minions to have accuracy.
Okay.
Attack minions now always hit, which makes them way better.
Yeah.
Brutes got some good numeric buffs, but we also added a new command skill where they do a war cry that intimidates enemies and detonates any frozen monsters and allies around you in a big cold explosion.
No way. Oh my gosh.
Also changed the Frost Mage's command skill to an ability that adds ice armor to your other minions, adding a layer of defense. And it makes them deal cold damage back to the attacker as well. The ice
Yes!
also makes the minion count as frozen, so the Brute's Warcry can detonate them too. Unearth was changed to work on corpses of your dead skeletons, allowing you to summon the minions more easily in boss fights.
Okay.
Also got a new jump ability, allowing them to get into combat faster.
Oh, nice, nice.
Ray's Spectre was also feeling pretty weak for the spirit
Uh-huh.
they have. To be honest, we were a little afraid of these when we first balanced them. We've both decreased the spirit cost for a large range of monsters, and have significantly increased Spectre damage too. They should feel
Okay,
a lot
good.
more impactful.
Spectre builds are going to be happy about that.
There's also a lot of new spellcaster weapons with newer cult skills. But I'll just talk about one of them that I thought was particularly cool. The Reaping Staff is actually a wicked scythe that gives you a new ability called Reap. When an enemy is low in life, you can dash forward and rake enemies with the scythe to cull them instantly, healing you.
Oh,
Also,
cool.
critical weakness on enemies too. Now,
Okay.
there's a lot of balance changes in the Witcher's
Weakness to crit, critical
I'll just
weakness.
talk about 2 of them for now. On the Blood Mage, you were previously required to spend your first points on Sangomancy.
Yes,
Which really
very
was supposed
bad.
to be the downside for being able to access the powerful abilities on the rest of the class. In order to make picking the Blood Mage a better early option, we made Sangomancy free, unlocking the power of the rest of the class immediately. On the Infernalist,
Okay.
Demon Form wasn't something people were really using because you lost your weapon stats while transformed.
Yep.
Well, you no longer do, so it's a much
Yes!
better option now.
Oh my gosh! Demons!
The wind skills needed a big upgrade for sure. Staggering Palm can now stack up its duration if you use the skill multiple times in a row. So you can keep the effect of all your skills throwing up wind much more easily.
Okay, cool.
Wind
Ooh,
Blast
that's a lot of
nervous
staggering.
Building up to dazing an enemy, but dazing just wasn't worth all that effort. Now it just dazes on hit, meaning a single wind blast will make all your skills stun enemies more easily.
Okay, cool.
Following up with Vaulting Impact on a dazed enemy previously did a bunch of stun. Now it allows you to break your enemy's stance. When their stance is broken, following up with a fast attack will do way more damage.
Nice.
A cool build that certain people
Dude,
always
every
enjoyed
one of
in
these is
PoE1
so
was
good.
hand-to-hand combat.
I just
Until
feel
now, we
myself
just
saying
didn't have
nice
real
a
way to make
lot.
it viable. Well, that changes now. The monk, as a true martial artist, now has the ability to learn the Hollow Palm technique, a keystone that lets you use all quarterstaff skills while unarmed. All quarterstaff attacks now have a special unarmed version, and you get further bonuses to all your attacks from stacking energy shield and evasion on your character.
What?
A new keystone we also added to the monk section of the tree is Walker of the Wilds. This changes Mana Leech to work with elemental damage instead of physical, which is pretty useful for all those elemental attacks the monk has, but it works well for the ranger too.
Mana Leech for elemental damage.
One of the least used ascendancy classes in the game is the Acolyte of Triula, so we knew we needed to make some changes here.
Big
The key
ones.
things we had to do was make the chaos damage that the
Don't pick
Acolyte
up
can do
anything.
much more useful. So we've added a new skill allowing chaos damage to ignite, shock, chill, and freeze, embracing the elemental prowess of the monk in a truly chaotic fashion.
What?
In addition, he can make all of his chaos damage leech. And we've buffed Into the Breach and Embrace the Darkness by moving the effects of the 4-point nodes into the base skills. He also gains a new notable, Grasp of the Void, which leaves void illusions behind you as you dodge roll. If they're killed, they do massive explosions of darkness, dealing damage to everything in sight. Now let's talk
Wow.
about Sorceress skills. One of the things we wanted to improve on the Sorc is the ability to use multiple elements together more effectively. Now, this might seem small, but one of the things pushing you towards using a single element is debuffs like Elemental Curses, which lower resistances of a single element. In order to fix that, we're making quite a lot of game-wide changes to these kinds of mechanics to broaden what they apply to. So for example, there's no longer 3 curses for fire, ice, and lightning. Instead, there's just a single curse that buffs all 3 at the same time.
Nine! Oh my gosh.
And things like Frostbite
Oh my
give cold
gosh.
exposure, now give elemental exposure. You can use it to buff any of your other skills.
Yes!
We also wanted to make switching between different weapon sets smoother, so you can use different elemental staves more effectively. To do that, we've removed the weapon switch time, and now happens instantly. This applies game-wide too.
Yes!
And we didn't just want to stop there. We wanted to add
No!
some specific mechanics that work between different
You didn't want to
elements,
stop
and that's
there,
where
huh?
Elemental infusions come in. Certain skills can now drop elemental infusions. For example, when a frost bomb explodes, it leaves behind a cold infusion on the ground. After picking it up, you can spend it on one of any number of different skills to transform how they work. Spark will create a nova of cold infused projectiles. Ice Nova will leave a chilled area on the ground. And we also added a new low-level skill that fires ice shards. Use it with cold infusion though, and the ice shards will explode.
All right.
Storms now generates lightning infusions when you cast enough spells near it. And that's all spells, by the way, not just lightning.
Wait, what?
You could cast a lightning flame wall, which adds both fire and lightning damage to all the projectiles that pass through.
What? What?
Or power up Ember Fusillade with lightning, which will generate arcs to
What?
enemies as each fireball hits.
What?
Or maybe
Dude,
you're
my
riding a
triple
lightning
element build is gonna be off the chain, dude.
You can go full Palpatine. Get fire infusions by blowing up monsters with living bomb. Then use them with Comet to summon a giant fire meteor from the sky. Or use it with Firestorm, which transforms it from a small area into a much bigger one. Firestorm is unique in that it can
Okay,
be
I
infused by
didn't
multiple
click
different
that.
elements at the same time. Add an ice infusion to rain down ice.
Oh,
at
the
same
timer ran
time as
out.
the fire. And add lightning to add deadly strikes from the heavens into the mix. Or use
Nice.
it with all three to generate a storm that is truly apocalyptic. Cold Snap has been simply turned into Snap.
Oh,
Previously, it
snap.
was Shatter Ice, but now it works to detonate all of the different elemental ailments and makes them leave behind infusions. You could previously use it on Frostbolt. You can now also use it on Orb Storms and Solar Orb to detonate those as well. Which means
Oh
you can
my
create many
gosh,
infusions at
dude.
once. We also have a Spirit Reservation skill and a support gem to help generate them too.
Wait. Hold up.
On the
I need
passive
that.
tree, we've added
All right,
quite
I
a few new
screenshotted
keystones
it.
to the
We're gonna look
sorcery
at that later.
section. Here are a couple of examples. The Black Flame Covenant keystone converts your fire spells to chaos and causes your ignites to deal chaos damage.
Oh,
Your fire spells
okay.
ignites will also turn purple. The Ritual Cadence keystone causes your invocation skills to trigger more times. That makes them trigger periodically over a longer duration instead of one. Great for those auto bomber builds. Now when it comes
Okay.
to skill changes, we've added a lot more
Oh my
options in the massive
gosh.
tree for each class. Overall, there are more than 100 new notables on the tree, usually around 20 per class, along with smaller clusters as well. Check out the old version. And here's the new version. It's a lot more
Ooh,
dense and there's more
that's
interesting nodes
juicy.
than before.
That's
Now, we
juicy.
probably can't go through too many of these in the live stream, so I'll just show you one from each class's area of the tree. We tried to be a lot more thematic with the new nodes. So for example, the Molten One's Gift. It lets the benefit of Armor Break apply to your fire damage.
Okay.
Or how about Last Stand, which gives you lots of stats as your situation becomes more and more desperate. A lot of these have themes aligning with ascendancy classes. Like for the Gemling Legionnaire, for example. You have crystallized immunities, which makes you immune to different status ailments depending on which support gem color you have socketed the most.
Okay.
Another ascendancy class aligned notable is Sanguimatic Rituals.
So you can be immune to
Arcane Surges
freeze,
to generate life instead of mana,
which is one of the most
support gem to
effective
be used
things
with
to
the
have.
Mage Ascendancy. In the Sork area, you'll find these Archon nodes that allow you to convert all of your elemental damage to a specific element. You become a Lightning Archon
Okay.
when you spend enough mana, after which all your skills will be converted to lightning, and you will do extra lightning damage as well.
Not
We
good.
have ones for cold and fire too, with different
No one
tricks.
wants that.
Here's another cool one. Elemental Practitioner gives crit bonuses if you've triggered a skill recently, while also making crits generate more energy for triggers.
Okay.
Or maybe you'd like the Great Boar. It gives you a reason to stack dexterity to make you tougher, giving a bonus to life and stun threshold. Or the Cunning
Oh.
Fox.
Life
It
and
straight up
stun
gives you 5%
threshold for
quality to
dexterity.
all your gems. Now,
Okay.
another major change is attribute requirements. We felt like players probably had a few too many nodes and attributes, and not enough in interesting passives. So we lowered attribute requirements by 25% across the board. That means you'll have more points to spend on interesting notables rather than just needing to allocate more strength, dex, and int.
Nice.
Now, there are way more changes than just these. These are just some of the cooler ones we wanted to show off, but I'd say that's just about enough for now.
Did they do that to
We're not even
armor
half done
too?
yet.
Because we need that
So
on
I think
armor
it's
as
time that
well.
we talk about the league,
And weapons.
the rise of the Abyssal. And to do that, I'd like to hand things over to Mark.
Oh,
As you just
Fisher's
saw,
dead.
even though there are major changes to the campaign for this update, we want to make sure that every time you come back for an expansion, each area feels different with something extra going on. It is really important to make sure your experience when returning between expansions is fresh and filled with new content. And the way we did this was through leagues. Every expansion we make has a league, which not only has a fresh economy, but also has new content exclusively available in that league. So, let's delve into the details of what Path of Exile 2's first official league is bringing to the table. The Abyssal are a race that have mastery of forbidden magics and necromancy.
First official league
They were
before full
thought to be
release.
extinct,
Wait, what?
but have merely been biding their time underground. You first encounter signs of the Abyssal in Clearfell, where you discover that
That's
during
weird.
the night, weaker members of the Undead Legion have been attacking the encampment. The townsfolk require your help to investigate where the monsters are coming from and put a stop to their attacks.
Out there, ancient creatures, lurking beneath the surface.
As you proceed through Rayclast, you'll find fissures in the earth connected to larger pits. The monsters normally inhabiting the area are being affected by it, harmed by it even, having their souls eaten to strengthen the abyssal underground. As you defeat the monsters, the fissure closes and abyssal emerge, angered by you killing their food. Once all those fissures have been sealed, the pit activates, and more abyssal pour out. This is where the larger and more dangerous monsters reveal themselves, as hordes of abyssal spew out from the pit to take your soul. If you kill a magic pack, then magic abyssal arise. If you kill a rare, then a rare monster will emerge from the pit, having absorbed some or all of its modifiers for itself.
Oh, wow.
This means the monsters emerging will
That's
generally be more
huge.
difficult and more rewarding, as each
Generally,
modifier gives
definitely.
better rewards. If you are able to kill them all, the pit will seal shut. As each pit is closed, it reveals a potential reward. Abyssal troves will rise up out of the pits, allowing you to get some epic loot.
Okay.
Areas often contain many pits, with many fissures, and the amount goes up as you progress through the game, getting more intense. It doesn't stop there. When monster mods are absorbed, they have a chance to become infused with the dark necromancy, transforming them into abyssal modifiers. For example, you defeat this monster with the Mana Siphoner modifier. Their soul is eaten by the pit, and a rare monster emerges. The Mana Siphoner modifier has transformed into Soul Siphoner, and is now amplified in danger and reward.
Okay. Okay.
Abyssal pits also interact with other monsters and mechanics. If you defeat a rogue exile that's near one, it'll be revived as a Lichborn that has multiple abyssal modifiers.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Lichborn exiles even have their own unique jewel they can drop, if you are lucky enough to encounter and kill them. If an abyss spawns near a boss, killing it will summon a gigantic Giga Larvae creature.
Oh, it's a Giga Larvae.
Monsters imprisoned in essences near abyssal pits are affected by the abyss too. They will come with an additional new essence item that can be used to craft your items.
Okay.
So, that's your bread and butter of the Abyssal League. Kill surface-dwelling monsters,
Abysses.
kill the emerging abyssal, close the fissures, overcome pit encounters, and reap the rewards.
Abysses and
There's
pits.
a lot more to this league, however. As you complete abysses, you can find ancient pieces of bone, preserved from the remains of fallen Lichborn. These are one of the many rewards for your mission to seal the pits.
Okay.
You can use this on a rare item to imbue it with abyssal magic, adding a special hidden modifier to your item. But how do you reveal it? In Act 2 of the campaign, you'll encounter a new area. This area is overrun by the Abyssal and the Lost Men. After clearing through this area, you'll find the Well of Souls, a giant cavity with a massive vortex of souls swirling beneath you. So how do you reveal the mods on your abyssal-infused items? Obviously, just throw them in, right? Yes, that's exactly what you do. Before throwing it in, you are given the option of how you want to transform it, in the form of a choice of 3 different modifiers.
Oh,
Once you've chosen
wow.
your desired
It's just an
mod,
extra
throw
stat.
it in, where it will absorb the power of the souls, and the ominous creature will then retrieve it for you. These modifiers can be ones from the core mod pool,
Play fetch.
all the way through to specialized modifiers that cannot normally appear on items.
Yeah.
During the campaign,
Wow.
you can use it as a way to more easily add useful existing mods. But during the endgame, there is a whole set of new and powerful mods you can add to your items. Like
Wow.
this mod for crossbows that allows you to place an additional ballista totem. Or this one that adds spirit to your staff.
Oh my gosh.
Or this one that allows you to generate more combo with your quarterstaff skills.
Oh my
And
gosh.
speaking of endgame, you can also use the system to craft waystones. With a preserved vertebrae fused into your waystones, you can get some new modifiers that push difficulty and rewards to new heights. Here are some examples of those mods. You always get a choice of 3, so you can avoid anything you don't think your character is capable of.
Awesome. Thank you.
With this modifier, the natural inhabitants of the area are all spawned near abysses. And there are up to 9 additional abyssal pits in the area, making it just a full-on abyss ruckus. Or this one, which causes the final abyssal pit in the area to always result in a boss encounter, be it either one underground or one that emerges out. There are
Enter the
dozens of
dark
these waystone modifiers
domain.
in total you can get from this crafting.
Nice. Okay.
That covers the new crafting mechanic. So what's left? Well, we talked about how when closing pits you can get abyssal troves, but sometimes when closing an abyss, you'll reveal an underground cavern that leads to the abyssal depths. After jumping into the depths, you'll find an abyssal city, swarming with legions of the undead. When underground, every single rare abyssal enemy will have an abyssal modifier.
Oh, wow.
And at the end of the dungeon, you'll even find a rare with a more powerful Lichborn modifier. Once you're able to defeat this powerful rare, you can also find some nice rewards. Aside from the entire area being valuable due to the abyssal modifiers on the monsters, it has its own specific drops too. One example is a set of lineage supports that can rarely be found in these depths, like Kurgel's Leash. This support empowers both you and your minions when you command them, granting unholy might to you both.
Okay. Nice.
Another depth-specific outcome is a set of omen-like items that amplify your abyssal crafting. Additionally, we're adding some new socketables that can drop from the abyssal depths. Take Ullaman's Gaze, which can be socketed into your armor. These are a bit special.
Wow.
You can only have one equipped at a time, but give some pretty powerful effects.
Prevent
Think of them
3%
as
of
almost a
deflected
unique
damage.
socketable for your equipment. In the endgame,
Wow.
where you can still find depths,
That's
you
3%
also
DR,
start to find
basically.
a different type of underground chamber.
Very powerful.
In these areas, you'll find an ancient spire, a device being used by commanders of the abyssal factions to plunge Rayclast into a lightless void. Your goal is simple: kill this commander and destroy the spire.
Yeah, sure.
There are 4 bosses in the Abyss League, and there are some pretty cool uniques available from them. An example is this belt, Darkness Enthroned. It has 2 sockets, but hold on, socketables don't work on belts. Well, this belt has a special mod that allows it to count as a different slot for the purpose of socketables. This one, for example, counts as a
Oh,
helmet.
wow.
I kind of want one that counts as a body armor. I wonder how rare that one is. You can also find this unique jewel, Undying Hate. This jewel transforms part of your passive skill tree into an abyssal version, and has multiple depths. The deeper it goes, the more of your passive tree is affected, allowing you to fulfill your fantasy of becoming part Abyssal Lich.
Nice.
Now, the last thing that Abyssal Commanders can drop is a Finger of the Lich. But what use do you have with a random undead finger? Well, the next time you return to the Well of Souls, with the finger in your inventory, your character will almost feel compelled. To do what, though, you might ask? To jump in. The items you threw in came back more powerful, right? So, what's the worst that could happen? Well, you will just have to find that one out for yourself.
Oh, no! Why?
The introduction of Act 4 and the interlude, we will be adding 25 new endgame maps.
Okay.
These maps will contain all the new monsters and bosses we're adding, improving variety and giving you opportunities to experience the new boss fights many times. Let's take a look at some examples. Rock Pools is a map where you explore a shallow rocky coastline, surrounded by coral and filled with sirens. At the end is a giant Goblin King boss, ready to eat sulfite and squish you like a bug. Polton is an Ezomite township which has seen better days. Explore and clear the township to find a gothic, Reaper-like boss with the ability to manipulate storms and fry you with both lightning and wither you with chaos. Given some of the new bosses added are a bit more epic, such as the Act boss and final bosses of each interlude part, it would be a bit of a waste to just use them as regular map bosses.
Okay.
Instead, we'll be adding some new mechanics to the Atlas that use them. These start appearing pretty fast into the endgame and will help bridge the gap until you do your pinnacle bosses. In the desert biome, you can encounter a wild sandstorm. 3 maps around the sandstorm contain a device you must activate. Upon doing this, the sandstorm's magic is disrupted, revealing the map inside and allowing you to access it and find the cause. This presents itself in the form of a boss, similar to the existing Citadel bosses. This boss is a Faradin Swordmaster, who has been blessed with the power of a time gem, allowing him to take his swordsmanship to the next level by replicating himself, maneuvering rapidly, and severing the fabric of time itself with his powerful slashes. In the water biome, you'll encounter a giant maelstrom, where one of the maps surrounding the water biome connects to it, but the connection is obscured. You must run the maps nearby, hoping to find a beacon, which will remove the maelstrom and reveal the connection to that map. Another example is this Vaal Vault in the mountain biome. But how do we get inside? Running the adjacent maps to it will yield a key, which you can then use to gain access to this vault. Or, you could just trade for one, I guess. Use the key to dispel the powerful force field surrounding it, leading to the Vaal Elite and their rewards inside. These all contain Uber versions of the Act 4 boss, and the bosses at the end of each part of the interlude. And each have their own exclusive drop pool of new lineage supports, which, as Jonathan spoke about earlier, are powerful support gems that modify your skills in pretty crazy ways.
Yep.
As an example of a lineage support which can come from the Faradin Swordmaster mentioned earlier, we have Garo Khan's Resolve, which causes your critical strikes to fork, but requires some mobility on your part to properly enable. From the boss sealed in the Vaal Vault, we have Bakwate's Pact, which supports your war cries, causing them to inflict massive amounts of corrupted blood at the cost of your own life. Additionally, some maps can now spawn summoning circles, a room resembling an Ezomite henge. Activating this henge will spawn bosses. It's as simple as that. We'll also be making changes to how affixes on waystones work, as the current prefixes equals good, suffixes equals bad iteration isn't quite hitting the mark. We tried something new here in Path of Exile 2, but after seeing the feedback we decided we actually liked what we had in Path of Exile 1 more. Like Path of Exile 1, each affix will now be both difficult and rewarding. Waystone mods now grant an increase to the number of waystones dropped, and an additional specific upside attached to it. This means as you roll your map, they will continue to get more difficult and more rewarding, and allow you to customize the difficulty and rewards of your maps better. For example, the Frostbitten mod, which causes enemies to deal cold damage, also increases the rarity of items dropped as its upside. Whereas the Of Venom suffix modifier, which causes enemies to poison on hit, has the upside of granting increased pack size. Some maps will end up having a lot of rarity, some a lot of pack size, and others will just have a mixture of everything. Due to now having more modifiers granting difficulty, we will of course be reducing the difficulty per modifier to account for this. So, that's your Atlas, maps, and Waystones, but what about Breach, Ritual, Pinnacle content, and others of the sort? We're making some changes around this too. The first change is that you'll now be able to invest 2 points into your specific League Atlas trees before having to run the Pinnacle content. There will be a specific objective for each type of content which grants you those points. For example, in the case of Delirium, it's simple. You just need to find and kill one of the bosses in a map, Omniophobia or Kosis. The rest of the points for each content come from the Pinnacle content, but we're making some changes to accessibility here too. Currently, access to most Pinnacle content requires the same key at the easiest and most difficult version of the content. This creates a negative feeling where at lower difficulties, instead of wanting to run the content, you're often better off just selling it to someone who can run it at maximum difficulty. To address this, each content will now drop splinters, which will not form into singular items. Instead of using the singular combined item in the realm gate, you can now just bring your splinters. Upon inserting the splinters into the realm gate, an interface will appear, allowing you to pick your difficulty, and you'll notice each difficulty has a different entry cost. This means if you want to run easier difficulties, it costs less, which also allows you to run this content much sooner into the endgame. Because these encounters now just require splinters, their corresponding atlas tree no longer affects the difficulty of them, and has been changed to purely affect the content and maps on the atlas. The Arbiter of Ash works a bit differently. Instead of requiring splinters, he still needs crisis fragments. We now have only 2 difficulties of the Arbiter. The first, requiring the existing fragments obtained from citadels. The second, Uber Arbiter, requires Calamity fragments. These come from Citadel bosses also, but only once you've allocated the maximum number of points in your boss atlas tree, ensuring those citadels are at their highest difficulty. Since we're talking about Pinnacle content, we also felt that the leveling curve in the late game was a bit too steep. We've smoothed this out a bit so that it's easier to get to the mid-90s. We've also added some new in-game unique items. Let's take a look at a couple. Thunderfist is a pair of gloves that grants Crackling Palm, a skill which empowers your unarmed attacks, granting the ability to call down the storms themselves on enemies you hit. Put simply, literally every monster you hit with your unarmed skills will be struck by powerful lightning. Pair this with the aforementioned Hollow Palm technique to embrace your true unarmed prowess in combat. Another unique we're adding is Henekura's Sight. Equip this amulet to be granted the power of the Mother of Death herself. This is reflected by granting you a skill called Foresight. While you have Foresight, your dodge roll no longer avoids hits. But instead, being hit while dodge rolling restores you to full life and makes you unable to die for a brief period of time. You'll notice when this does occur, a copy of your character appears and takes the full damage. This is you seeing that future, as if you hadn't been wearing the amulet. Ultimately, your in-game experience should be more streamlined. With new content to find, you'll be able to invest in your atlas trees sooner, engage with Pinnacle content faster, have less FOMO running said Pinnacle content, reach higher levels easier, and do all of that while finding many new chase in-game items. Talking about finding items is one thing, but what about crafting them? We've taken a step back and looked at some of our crafting systems to make some notable improvements. Let's start with essences, which suffered from an issue where the regular essences were effectively useless and didn't give players the tools or excitement that a crafting system should provide. To alleviate these concerns, essences are being changed in a few ways. Firstly, they're being changed to function like regals and add specific modifiers with specific values, meaning you know exactly what you're going to get. We found that players were often bottlenecked by regal orbs when crafting in the campaign, so this helps to fill that gap, allowing you to better upgrade your items. For example, this Lesser Essence of Flames, which will be able to add a flat amount of fire damage to your magic martial weapons. Secondly, we're adding many more tiers. That Lesser Essence of Flames, for example, has a regular variant and a greater variant too, adding even more fire damage with each upgrade.
Alright.
The intention of this is so that when you find one early on, you don't worry about holding on to it till later to use on a higher level item. You should feel free to use them as they come to get powerful upgrades during the campaign.
Nice.
Lastly,
That's
highest tier
big
of essences, now called Perfect Essences, will function like a Chaos Orb instead of a Regal. So it will replace one of the modifiers on your rare items with a specified mod, such as this Perfect Essence of Flames. You'll notice this one doesn't just add flat fire damage like the ones before it. The Perfect Essences often give something a bit different, with some opportunities to be pretty damn powerful. There are many different essences, each with many tiers, covering many of the more core modifiers you'd want on items early on, through to chase specialized ones for in-game. Speaking of in-game, we really wanted to expand our crafting options for late in-game crafting projects. You might have noticed that at in-game, you get way too many transmutes. Wouldn't it be nice if some of those didn't drop, but instead you got something a little more powerful? At higher levels, you can now find Greater Orb of Transmutation and Perfect Orb of Transmutation. These can be used on normal items to upgrade them to magic, ensuring that the modifier generated is of a minimum level. This is similar to how you find higher tier items on the ground, but for crafting. These higher tiers will also exist for Orb of Augmentation, Regal Orb,
Oh, great. Okay.
Orb, and Chaos Orb.
Oh my gosh. There you go.
All of the orbs required to take your item from normal rarity to a fully completed rare with guaranteed high tier mods.
Guaranteed high tiered mods.
On
Thank
top of these
you.
new core crafting currencies, we wanted to make sure there are powerful crafting bases to use them on.
No more rolling
Now
bad
in
tiers
in-game,
onto
you can
really good
start to
weapons.
find exceptional items. These are items that drop at normal rarity and are perfect for your from scratch crafting projects. They can come with extra quality, up
Drop
to
at normal.
30%, or an additional socket to use your crafting socketables in. And
Oh,
yes,
wow, okay.
they can be corrupted for yet another socket.
Oh wow,
You
extra
can also
sockets
get
on everything.
exceptional unique items. To add even further to your crafting arsenal, we've added a whole suite of new omens to ritual content, and removed some of the more unimpactful ones that weren't being used.
Okay.
Some of the new omens include the Omen of the Ancients, which will cause your next Orb of Chance to not destroy the item, but generate
Nice.
a random unique of the same class. Or the Omen of Sanctification, which is my new favorite. This will cause your next Divine Orb use on a rare item to re-roll the values of its modifiers, allowing it to exceed the normal minimum and maximum values, raising the ceiling on the new most powerful rare items in the game.
Oh wow.
This omen will also cause your item to become sanctified.
Sanctified.
items cannot be crafted, just like corrupted ones, so consider carefully when you use this.
Okay.
Another is the Omen of Chaotic Monsters, which will cause your next Chaos Orb to re-roll all modifiers on a Waystone, allowing you to fix your maps if you get some modifiers that are not feasible for your build.
Oh good. Finally.
Besides these examples, there is a huge variety of new omens for you to discover in your ritual encounters. With the release of Act 4, notably taking place in the Karori Archipelago, you'll be able to now find a new currency item, Henikora's Lock. Henikora, the Karori goddess of death, has the power of foresight and is able to see many futures, including the outcome of your next craft. So, imbuing her lock onto an item gives you that same power too. For example, you'll
Okay.
know whether or not to use an Exalted Orb on your item, as you will know exactly what the outcome is.
Okay.
So, with all these new crafting improvements, it's safe to say you're going to be making some epic items.
So you can
And
basically
not necessarily just ones
guarantee
for yourself. So
a
given that, it's
really
time to talk
perfect
about a
item.
massive one. Trade. It's finally here. The moment we've all been waiting for. Fully asynchronous trade.
Asynchronous.
Years, the way players trade with each other in Path of Exile 1 has morphed from using the forums, through to the in-game chat, all the way through to using the website. These systems, in all their iterations, work for a while, but with each iteration, new problems eventually reveal themselves. Be it requiring you to be in your hideout too much instead of out there killing monsters, or never getting responses from people who are either AFK or just can't be bothered. In order to finally solve this, and this has been a long time coming, we're adding a new system that allows you to buy items from other players without requiring the seller to be present. They can continue killing monsters, AFK as they please.
Mailbox! Mailbox trade!
Be offline.
Mailbox trade!
Introduction of King's March, you will encounter Ange, assistant to Rog in the Meridian Free Traders Company. Over the last 2 decades or so, since Path of Exile 1's storyline,
I
Faustus
post
has
it, you
handed
find
down
it,
the
you
knowledge
buy
and
it, you
expertise
get
to
it.
Ange,
Ah,
who's now ready to take
yes.
over his business.
so
If
happy.
you have a hideout unlocked already, you can
Oh.
immediately invite her there. If
Yes.
you don't have a hideout yet, you will need to acquire one. You can do this by completing a quest to defeat one of the bosses inhabiting an island in Act 4, allowing you then to take a slice of it for yourself, making it your new home and base of operations. Once invited to your hideout, she will now serve as operating your currency exchange, but also serve as the figurehead in your new trading empire. So, how does this new system work? In the existing trade system, you would list items for sale in premium stash tabs. And then when someone wanted one, you'd have to take it out for yourself and trade it to them. Now, instead of using those, you can give your items to Ange so she can sell them for you. Each item must have a price set. The prices are set using in-game currency items, such as Exalted Orbs or Chaos Orbs. Once a price is set, other players will be able to find the item by searching for it on the trade website. Once
Yes.
a desired item has been found, you can hit
So you can
the
still price
which will
against other
instantly
players.
teleport your character in-game to their hideout.
Oh, it teleports you
can
to their hideout.
immediately purchase the item.
And you just pull it
And
from their
while
box.
there, if you want, browse their other goods, in case there's a good deal someone else hasn't yet discovered. You'll notice that as a buyer, on top of the currency the seller set for the price, it also costs gold to purchase an item, as Ange has bills to pay after all. As a seller, you'll immediately receive a notification when an item of yours is sold, and can also see an effect above Ange in your hideout when she has unclaimed currency. Just go talk to her.
So they
claim
do
your
have a
currency,
limiting factor
and
on it.
continue playing at your leisure.
A new limiting factor.
As many people already acquired premium stash tabs for the purpose of the trade system,
Yeah.
we wanted to add a way for you to convert your existing tabs to merchants tabs, if you want. You can do that here, on the website, but only if you purchase those tabs before the release of the third edict. To clarify, the existing trade system will remain fully intact, so your premium stash tabs will not lose any of their functionality. We just figured people might want to switch over to this new system. We expect a lot of feedback around this new system and are looking forward to trying it out with you. As we are not able to test internally with an entire thriving economy, there will certainly be some kinks to work out. Based on how the system goes, we will be adding it to Path of Exile 1 when ready, so any of the tabs you purchase will also be usable there later.
Okay.
Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of
Buy
supporter
tabs
packs.
now before it releases is what they're
Justice
basically
and
saying.
Trothan Executioner packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in
I wonder if they're
points,
gonna have a tab
alongside
discount this
several
weekend.
Exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way.
Bro.
The Justice series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Claim glory after defeating enemies, or inspire your allies by calling down the Banner of Justice portal. The Sphinx Mystic hideout decoration will identify items for you, displaying them as it does so. This ancient creature has been presented with many items over the eons, so has some strong expressions to make on the quality of your wares. Become a true warrior, worthy of delivering the justice of the eternal gods, with the Apostle of Justice armor set.
Boring.
This armor set also comes with a matching back attachment containing a set of scales to measure your worth. With the Apostle of Justice finisher effect equipped, the Goddess of Justice herself will appear to decide on a verdict for slain unique enemies.
Boring.
She decides the fate of your slain foes. Will they ascend to be amongst the gods or be banished to the underworld? The Griffin fledgling pet will be your courageous companion as you journey throughout Rayclast.
Oh, it's so
In the
cute.
skies and the plateau of the gods hideout.
Ooh.
This hideout comes
That's
with many
nice.
different sections for setting up your home or base of operations. In order to travel between them, you simply just need to walk off the edge. Like a true eternal god, you can float between the mountains on the clouds themselves.
Nice.
The
That's
Trathan
cool.
Executioner pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Trathan Executioner finisher effect is a brutal display of Trathan might, crushing slain unique enemies as if they were bugs beneath your heel. As a Trathan Executioner, you're the perfect master for the ever-hungry carrion raptor pet. It has taken a particular liking to the taste of other pets, and at your command it will swoop down and eviscerate them, proceeding to satisfy its hunger by feeding on their corpse.
Nice.
The nobles of the 4 major Trathan houses had their mercenaries, but if their hired hands became notably irritating, they'd have to call in the Trathan Executioners. You can now embrace their methods and become brutality incarnate with the Cruel Trathan Executioner armor set. The matching Cruel Trathan Executioner cloak will shroud you in scarlet as you crush the skulls of your enemies and
That's
leave a trail
cool.
of blood behind you as you build up a kill streak.
I like that.
Or use the alternate
Kill
variant
streak.
to simply put a skeleton on your back. Be
Okay.
bathed in blood as you mutilate monsters with the Cruel Trathan Executioner character effect. The swirling blood increases in volume as your spree of slaughter continues.
Blood.
Both this effect and the
Blood.
use the same kill streak for tracking how much blood is shown. After a long and tiring day of executions, enjoy a
Gamba.
relaxing game of dice with the Goblin Gambler's Hideout decoration. They'll definitely be playing fair, right?
Right.
The Pulverizer map device brings a horrid efficiency to punishing the damned of Trathus. Each map you open will execute the next victims. This map device in its true ruthlessness tracks the total number of monsters killed, your kills per second, and your largest kill streak up to the point
nice.
of the map being complete.
Yes. That's
This
interesting.
is then displayed on a leaderboard so you can take a measure of you and your friends' violence at the end of each
Yeah. What? Path of Exile coming out with a huge update. Gonna be great. Gonna slaughter all the monsters every single day. Get really strong and really crazy. Gonna trade all that loot. Get all the platinum. No, I'm just kidding. We gonna get some divines. Yeah. Divines. all the times. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Our community team will be posting
The
crucial
end of next
information you need
week.
for the release. Keep an eye on the news.
Keep an eye on
Thanks
the
for joining us
news.
today and checking out our latest developments.
Wow.
We're looking forward to seeing your experience
Wowie
with the
zowie.
new bosses, fighting the abyss,
Asynchronous
trying new
trade.
builds, and crafting
Huge
new
buffs
items.
across
We'll
all
begin
the
Q&A shortly,
builds.
but please get your questions ready.
Elemental. Elemental is back on the menu, boys. It's a great day to be POE2, yep. GGG is gonna be swimming in it. We're like, hey, we want these things. They're like, hey, we gave you all the things you asked for.
Hello, and welcome back, Exiles. After a absolutely
Bad audio.
reveal,
Not my fault.
we now have a suitably juicy
I'll let them fix it for a sec. If they don't, I'll fix it.
or something. So grab a cuppa, grab a snack, and settle in. I'm joined once again by Jonathan and Mark to discuss a lot. The patch that had to fix all the things, right?
That was the goal. I mean, we didn't quite get to literally everything, but we certainly managed to do a lot of things. That we
Did a lot.
wanted to do.
All right, last chance to enter the giveaway for the Arcane Energized Fully Stacked. We have
Felt like there was a lot of pressure on
5 people.
fix everything.
If you do not have an Arcane Energized that is fully stacked,
Sure that we're
go ahead and type exclamation point energy.
like that we don't have answers to a lot of the things that people have been unhappy about. So we really tried to do as much as we could in one go to kind of do everything. As it didn't get to literally everything, but we got to quite a lot of it, and I'm thinking that people will be a lot happier with this release than they were with the last one.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked to see how much was in this one, especially given that you've moved to this kind of like 4 and 2 cycle of you know, you just feels like you just released the Path of Exile 1 expansion, which also had a lot of pressure on it to be a big one as well.
Yep. So I mean, it's certainly hard. I mean, look, the really hard part is having to make an act at the same time. Like that's a really huge commitment. So I'm certainly going to be happy once we finish the campaign because we're going to be back to normalcy again. But it's a what it does do is it means that there's like a huge amount of content to draw from. There's obviously a huge amount for players who are not necessarily the in-game players as well, because you've got all of the new campaign stuff. So it's like a pretty big deal for all that stuff. But it also meant we could take a bunch of that stuff and move it into the in-game too. So the in-game kind of sees a big expansion as well. So yeah, it's been quite a good one.
Yeah, I remember early on we had the process. Actually, we just literally grabbed my whiteboard in my office and we just wrote down every single problem.
Yeah.
And I'd say it's not a strategy we've done to this degree, this methodically before.
Right.
We're like, okay, we have to solve everything on this whiteboard.
Literally made a tier list up there.
Yeah,
like, this is T1, this is T2.
We did actually fully of every problem. And, there were things in there like, performance and things that aren't necessarily the actual, game content.
I mean, the very one at the top of the list was, campaign is a slog, right? Like that was the one that we were like, we've got to solve that. Things like that were just like, because we're really trying to be honest about like, here are the real issues.
And the reason it ends up being a bit nerve-wracking.
I like their approach that they try to make more fun rather than trying to fix the duration of time it takes to complete the task. I love that approach because if it takes a long time but it's really fun, no one cares.
Unfortunately, we couldn't.
And so being able to be like self-aware enough that like they can realize the game's not fun and acknowledge that from the player base saying it's a slog rather than acknowledging, oh, it takes too long, let's just speed it up. You know what I mean? Like that's a huge like self-awareness that they have. That's really good.
No elephant form.
Let's turn up the volume a little bit.
So,
Oh, I think you guys hear it
been
fine.
uniquely challenging to.
I'll turn mine up.
It's been something you've been working on for a while now, and just getting it right. What has been the challenge with Druid and getting it out?
Well, I mean, okay, so we started believing that we were going to have Druid in this version. And that was the case for at least 2 months of the 4 months of development that we were that we had here.
Yeah, that's the downside.
Obviously, like a bunch of work had gone on before that as well. But at some point, we realized, like, that we don't want to have the mistake that we effectively.
There's going to be a free weekend when it launches on the 29th. So you'll be able to play it for free until
the same resources go into making
the
go into balancing the old ones and making all that stuff, right?
first. So 29, 30, 31, 1. 4 days of free. So you can try it out.
So then what that meant was at some point we're like, okay, since we don't believe we can get both the class and all these other balance changes we want to make in at the same time, it's actually better to cut the class and then have the
balance changes are way more important.
So that's what we ended up doing, and obviously it was like a really hard thing to cut because obviously like, you're going to have another one without a class, like it feels really terrible. But we've got the philosophy now of like we have to make sure that we're in the release month that we say we're going to be in. So therefore something had to go, and unfortunately that was it. But it means we've obviously got a huge head start for when we actually do it next time. And I mean, look, there was so much stuff that was cut, like even as large as it is, like there's like ascendancies and all sorts of stuff that was gonna be there, and we'll get to it. But more important to just make sure that people are happy with the stuff that's in, and make sure all those changes are great, and make sure obviously you've got answers for stuff, right?
I imagine for Druid, it's
make sure we can actually play our way and enjoy ourselves.
Getting it looking and feeling.
I mean, it's a huge deal. It's hard. Like there's so much animation stuff that has to go into making each form feel right. So
Updates releasing on the 29th with a full economy reset and a new trading system that allows for much more ease of trading. It's asynchronous.
Of all then.
Might be, yeah.
I think
Which means I could be logged out and you can buy my item at the same time.
That is true. That's true. Every class is a step up from the last in terms of that.
Yes. So I guess on that note, do you have?
In other words, the game's good now.
Druid, or is it kind of a race between them to see who ends up?
Well, I've always said that it would be criminal to go into full release without having swords. So that's that's kind of a pretty clear.
It's a little bit criminal to get this far without.
Yeah, to be honest, it is. Yeah. So I'd say that
is
would be
weird when you think about it.
Yeah.
It's real weird.
So that would be an obvious candidate. Is making sure that we've got
so that. People can infer from that some sort of duelist or something. Most likely being a sword one. And as you said, the ascendancies are just kind of the same boat as you weren't satisfied with where they were at to be able to get those in. So that's the things you missed, but that's like the list of the things you missed. That and
Right.
and doing something with towers.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
now we can talk about kind of what you have done. We'll jump into endgame first, since I know the towers and stuff have been a hot topic for people. So we'll talk about the endgame. This wasn't ostensibly supposed to be an endgame update, from what you were telling
Archon
me,
stretch.
but it still seems like a
No,
pretty big
weapons
endgame
cannot.
update in the end.
Yeah, I mean, well, part of that is because we obviously get all the content that we produced for the campaign. We get to make all the in-game versions of that.
Yeah.
That obviously adds quite a lot. But we did want to make sure that we weren't just being like, okay, so we're adding a bunch of bosses. Like, we wanted to make sure that the more epic ones that we added to the campaign have some new mechanic for them on the Atlas as well. So that's where we had those various mechanics with, like the sandstorm and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Like, those kind of like Atlas events. And it really does contribute to the feeling of exploration to have more of that stuff. And then, of course, once you've got that, you start getting into, okay, well, what rewards is it going to drop? Then we started to think we need a new category of rewards that these things can have. And that's, we started to think about the lineage supports and that kind of stuff. So it just ended up kind of adding up to quite a bit in the end. But yeah, it isn't like kind of like the big end game change that we wanted to do. Like, we had a design for that, but we just kind of haven't quite got to it. So, but it still ends up being quite a lot. And one of the big things that it also, I think, will help bridge is the kind of mid-end game part.
Electric from abilities will proc it.
But
nothing
yeah,
else.
It adds quite a lot there, because you're seeing that stuff on the Atlas a bit earlier.
What's the problem there as you identify it?
I mean, you've got this issue where effectively, and we are doing some stuff to address this, but effectively you've got like the pinnacles at the end, and you've got obviously when you start you've got a bunch of content, but it doesn't feel like there's those kind of mid-end game goals that you can easily achieve. That's kind of the issue that we're trying to
just a
solve.
lack of direction, right?
Right.
Nothing's there's not enough really guiding you. Like, the narrative kind of falls apart there, right? Because it's just like open world, and you want a bit more of telling you where to go, what to do, have those goals where you're like, I want to do this next and this next, as opposed to like, I could do this or this or this. It's nice to have those, but it's nice to also have the things kind of directing you as to like, this is exactly what I want to do. The boss I want to get to. So there's kind of just a big gap there. We want to add a whole bunch of stuff in the middle there. We have a huge plan, but again, it's like, we need to you got this working on a campaign, you've got working on the end game, and you've got all these, like, how do you juggle all of these things? It is brutally difficult, and you end up having to think. So I would expect next expansion to be way more in-game centric in terms of fixing all of this, because it was on the whiteboard.
But we did do some stuff with what we had. So like that splinter change, I think, is going to be quite a big one. Like, it doesn't look like much from what we showed, but what it does mean is that you've got pinnacle fights earlier in your in the experience, and of course you've got the thing where we're making it make more sense with regard to the difficulty, the access to the different difficulties, by having it so that it's cheaper to get to the lower tier ones. So that helps quite a lot, and I think that will improve things quite a lot even just from that. So yeah,
of course you got the league now in game as well,
and of course there's a league there too.
The Wisps were Wisps. Sure, wasn't really a league. It's kind of just like, wasn't
not a full-fledged
what we've
league
done
mechanic.
before. And a lot of people in POE2 may not really even know what a league is. I mean, we kind of had it with
We're cracking relics right now,
having
Miso.
abyss in every single area. There are abyssal icons you can find on the map. You can't add them because they are in every area, the abyss. So, and you have different waystone crafting and stuff like that. So there's a lot of in-game just added by the league's existence as well.
Plus a lot more combination of the league mechanic with other mechanics as well, which is something that I'm always keen for with leagues, is like have a bit more interaction.
Yeah,
So,
you were telling me that you had specifically made it so that Abyss would have specific interactions with basically everything else.
For sure.
Like if a rogue exile's standing there, you get a special boss based on the rogue exile. So that's a rather interesting extra combination stuff there. It is interesting because this is a league mechanic. It's in every zone. It's guaranteed. That's part of a league mechanic. But does this also have like Atlas tree integration in the way that it would later on as it becomes like a core element?
No, not the way that's kind of handled is through some of the waystone crafting.
Yeah.
Depending, when the league ends, we obviously do the whole, again, more for people who maybe don't know what a league is and how we handle this stuff in POE1. I'll over-explain it a little bit, but yeah, generally we review the state of it at the end, we see what changes we want to make, sometimes we add it to the core game immediately, sometimes later, and then we add it to the tree and decide how we want to invest into all the different things, but we try and have the meta progression, so to speak, of a league within the leagues itself, and not connected to the core tree, because I You could have a separate tree. It is a thing you could do, but in this case, it comes in the form of the Waystone crafting.
You did an experiment with that recently in Path of Exile 1, doing that in a league, and you didn't exactly like the result.
Different because it's not a separate tree, and that was during Necropolis, yes, and it felt like because it's an area you have to take it.
Yes, exactly.
So that didn't work. We're not going to repeat that mistake. It could be a separate tree, but just do it through the Waystone crafting stuff instead, and you can invest in the Abyss and juice the Abyss that way. And
I mean, we'll see how we fold it all in as we go into the 040 though. Like, that'll be an interesting one.
All right. Well, one of the kind of in-game issues that I've identified in the past was kind of how the Atlas trees worked and progressed and what they afforded, and it felt very top-heavy. You had to beat the boss to get points to just scale.
Well, that's what I'm talking about with the lack of mid-game stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that's changed now, though. The league mechanics don't scale difficulty of bosses at all. They're just about what the content is in maps.
Yeah, and you get the points way earlier. So, in fact, you
some of them, we made some changes to that actually as well since last night, and thus it wasn't in the live stream accurately. It was talking about how you have to complete specific objectives like killing the Delirium boss and whatnot to get your points. It's actually just now you follow the quest line, and there's a point in where you get the tablet, which is after you find the league and you kill the, just do a Delirium, you successfully go back and get a tablet. You're also going to get the first 2 points there. Now, I wanted to change it so that you can get, if we have 8 points, you get 4 points before the pinnacles and 4 points from the pinnacles. Right now it's 2 and 6. We're still looking at this just because we made a change last night. There's a good chance we might end up, adapting this a little bit more. So it's even the first 2 points come even sooner and even more obviously.
What's your in-game name?
To finding a boss,
Mr. King Rotten.
Now, which was mentioned there, no longer going to be the case.
But we just want to really make sure we're smoothing that progression through, getting that stuff earlier, all that sort of stuff.
So the other thing was you've got this kind of world map. It seems to be exploration focused. The recent updates you did in Daughter of the Hunt actually I felt were
I think I got it.
forwards in that regard. There was a lot more exploration.
Purple Power Ranger
with the new unique maps, and even towers, I feel like when you're using them as an exploration feature, work quite well. They leapfrog you to your next, you see that next unique map over the hills, and that's like a cool motivator that pulls you through, and that helps with that mid-game issue you were talking about. Is that kind of the goal, is to make this really exploration focused?
It's certainly something that I really love, and the more things you add to the Atlas, the more it feels like you're finding things. But so we definitely appreciate the concern with towers being that you've got this tension between having to turtle in one location versus explore. Yeah. And so that's something that we need to look into addressing. But I don't want to talk explicitly about exactly what we're going to do here, just because there's obviously a lot in flux there still. But it's something that we understand the problem. I would say, I would understand that there's an issue, and so we will be addressing that a bit later.
Yes, the brand name of towers seems somewhat marred currently. It seems like almost no matter what you do with them, there's going to be some sort of maybe just delete towers because we have the bad association with it.
That is a concern, but I suspect that we'll still want to keep them at least for just vision. Even if we remove the mechanic and do other stuff, we'll just keep them there. So I still think it's fun to just find a tower just to get a circle of vision around it. So I don't think that's the part that people are unhappy about with them. So therefore, it'd be fine to keep that. And
are you online? Because it's saying you're offline.
Other things that you can do.
Oh, there we go.
And I even like the empowering the maps, because that is an element of control, which is another thing people.
Well, I still want something that does that. I just think that it needs to work differently.
That feature's dead too.
I guess the issue seems to come down to, from what I see, and maybe chat might have other things that they mention about their issues with towers, but the issue, as I
regular capture on Earth
about that,
or
that you need
Jupiter defense.
Be stacking
you can do Jupiter defense.
Tower mechanics on top of other stuff, and if you're not kind of bringing all those things together, then it feels like you're wasting time.
My fundamental issue with them is the way that you know that something sucks before you even run it, and that's always bad.
Yeah.
Effectively, it's if you're running maps that don't have a tower around them, you're like, okay, well, I know this is bad, or so I feel bad because I just have to get to the next tower, and then when you've done one tower, but you know that 2 tower overlapping is a thing, then you're like, okay, well, I feel bad running a 1 tower overlap thing when I know that 2 tower stuff is a thing as well. So there's just this problem of you know that it sucks beforehand, and I think that's never a good thing. It's actually the opposite of the action RPG philosophy of the reason you have random drops is because any monster could be the one that drops the next thing.
Exactly.
And if you don't have that, then it's you feel bad for playing the con because you know it's not the best already. So
same thing as a problem with rarity.
More. So there needs to be some adjustment to make that better.
Yeah, do you think that's bringing up what the base map experience can be in terms of its upper potential, like adding more interesting confluence of variants?
I mean, look, I always like more interesting combinations of stuff to happen, but I don't necessarily think that the core problem is like lack of ability to juice things.
Yeah.
Like, I think the core problem is to do with the fact that like you don't, like, you know when it already sucks. As I said, like it's just kind of like that thing there. So we need to sort of like there would need to be some approach to solving the making it more controllable, like you know, more deterministic in some way, like, you know, just something along those lines, so that you can so that you don't have this feeling of like, because of, you know, because of a thing I can already see that sucks, that this experience is going to be worse than what I'm hoping for.
So, somewhat related to this, another thing I see brought up all the time is being able to kind of choose what map you're doing, and just being able to exert more elements of control. I saw a post in chat just there that was like the idea of being able to kind of erect a tower where you want it, rather. Like, is this element of like being able to control, choose your maps a little bit more, or have a bit more influence on what's happening.
So I think having control over what content is there is good, but I don't know that I want to lose the fact that you still have the Atlas fundamentally where you like the actual map areas you get around them, and part of the reason for that is that it gives us a lot of opportunities to do interesting things with you know, like different maps can have different things that they drop and other stuff like that. Like there's a lot of that sort of stuff that's like quite nice. Like you can actually have a unique map be way more powerful if like it's kind of, you don't know exactly when you'll encounter it. So that kind of stuff is quite nice, and we want to do a lot more as well on the Atlas, like just more stuff to find. Like when we get to 040, I really want it to be that, like, you know, you really feel like there's just cool stuff in every map that you might be finding that's like you know, that's way more interesting. And as I said, that stuff, the problem is if you have full control over literally being able to run the same map every single time, like the same like base area, it means that you don't have the ability to say, okay, well, this map can randomly have this thing that's just like really awesome that, you know, always drops a unique or something like that, because then you're just going to run that map over and over and over. So I still like some ability to have to find the good stuff in the Atlas, but we just need more control over what mechanics you can spawn there and that kind of stuff, and like not having the experience of like, if I didn't get this exact overlap, then I have this bad experience.
And that's where exploration actually comes from as well, is having some element of not having that control as well. So maybe it is the case more of just keeping, like, juicing up that exploration aspect of it even more. Anyway, that's what I'm. It already felt like a big improvement with that last one, and we're getting the new maps and the new mechanics and things scattered in the zones as well. So there seems like there's a fair bit more going on.
The main point, like, we did what we could, 100%. And you know, 040 expect a lot more improvements there, but again, we focus more on everything else. There's a, you know, an insane amount of content there. You know, it's we wish Towers was in that list, but it will be. Don't worry. These things are coming. We're aware of the problems. We are aware, like 100%. You know, it was expected when we got to that section to see a bunch of.
And I think a lot of people are going to be getting a chance to experience some stuff they didn't experience because it came later in last league, and maybe they had tapped out before then. So there's a good bit of extra stuff to explore there, maybe with this one. We'll loop back around to endgame if people have more questions that they post and that we pull from the chat. But we'll move on to the Act 4 and the interludes, because that's a pretty big thing. Obviously, getting rid of Cruel was a priority. You wanted to do that as soon as possible. There's been this problem that you were laboring over for many months about how to do that, how to add Act 4 without having to add the rest of the acts all at once, or do some weird thing. Well, you've come up with making more acts to solve the problem instead of
So there was certainly some skepticism when I first proposed this about like how can we possibly do that? But basically, the main thing there was that like, okay, so the interludes are not exactly the same as an act in terms of like, you know, like each one of them is like, you know, a straight line, like you're going from here to here. There's no like, you know, like different, there's no complexity around the plot or anything. It's just like a single goal of like, you know, someone's telling you to do this, go deal with it. There's bosses along the way, you know, there's new areas along the way, but all of that stuff we can use in in-game as well. So that means we're not kind of wasting any of the arts. The only thing we're really wasting is like a kind of like a you know, like a little bit of like storyline structure around it. But as I said, it's not nearly the same level of like narrative structure as what you get in like a full act. And that's something that And ultimately, what we realize is to get from the end of Act 4 to the end game level, all you need is like 20 areas roughly to kind of to bridge that gap. And so that means that I was like, you know what, like with 20 areas, I reckon we can do it if we're like, we're using a few mechanics from maps, we're taking some, we're doing a lot of art reuse, that kind of stuff. Like we can find a way to make something pretty quick, and it won't necessarily hold up for like years and years, but it will certainly be good enough for just like for a relatively short period of time. And by the time you get to that point anyway, like you're usually pretty fast as a character. You're like rushing through, just to get to end game. So I think that that'll end up being like pretty damn good for the time being. Plus, new bosses, new stuff to experience. Like, in my opinion, it was a no-brainer to do it compared to some weird thing like having to repeat Act 1 and 2 again or something weird like that. Like that just wouldn't have been good. And we really wanted to get rid of Crawl. I mean, like we never wanted Crawl to exist, right? It existed as a compromise. So being able to get rid of it is obviously something we were very, very keen to do.
There was something. You get to the Act 1 Crawl and you're like, I've know all this content, you're ultra powerful, and that's a little bit feel good, and then you're like, doing all this again. It's just like a little bit like, just you can do it. At that point you're like, just get me to end game, like whereas when you're playing through, the new acts, like it feels. Well, with Act 4 and the interlude, it feels just a lot more natural and, still fun, and you're discovering stuff, and, it's not that just like, I just did this, like, for, at least for fast players as well, they're going to be like, oh my god, I just did this like a few hours ago. It's like just too short of a time. But one thing about Act 4 and the interlude, by the way, which I think is really cool, which is very different, and something, you don't really appreciate until you play, is you get to Act 4 and you're like, okay, where do I go? Well, I have many places I can pick. I mean, Jonathan was talking about how, their kind of interludes are kind of straight lines, but there's three of them.
But there's three of them. You can do them in any order.
There's a choice immediately there, right?
You can do those in any order.
You can do them in any order.
You can do them in any order. When you complete one or partially complete one, it levels up the other two. They always stay, ahead, and they bridge the gaps. You can do them in whatever order you want.
It'll be interesting to see the speedrunning strategies, because there's different bonuses available.
Like the spirit draft comes from one.
Yeah. Okay.
Where another might be more passive point heavy and another might be more permanent bonus heavy, and another, there's going to be all kinds of crazy stuff going on there. So you go in Act 4 where you've got full freedom of like choice of which island you want to sail to, and then you go into the interlude and you're like, which part would serve me best? And maybe the answer is do a couple areas of this part and then swap to another and do that one, and then who knows? Which is fine, because again, as you progress through them and defeat the bosses, the other ones will level up and keep up with the level. So you can do half of each and then do the half of each again. You can do an area of each, and then
that's wild. I didn't realize the interludes were sandboxy like that, because I was planning on asking about how the fact that Act 4 is like a sandbox for like the great portion of it there, and that's going to be super interesting from like racing and speedrunning perspective as to what people take, but also that does seem like it might help with the campaign slog, the repetitiveness of it, if you can kind of do things in a different order each time. Is there some good reasons to do it in different orders as well? Like you mentioned, like differences in rewards, differences in challenges too, I imagine, for different builds?
Yeah, for sure. So like the reward thing is like probably the main reason you'd change the order, depending on what's going to work best for your character right now. So each one has got stuff that like we're taking all the different fixed bonuses. I think that actually the fixed bonuses are different a little bit now, aren't they, than the way that they were when they were in Crawl? Did you change what the stats they were? I thought you did.
The passive point number is the same. The spirit is the same, but the other bonuses, we've kept like, we'll still have the resistances that you got before, but some of the other bonuses from, like, for example, Crawls, the snake in Act 3, I can't remember the name of these areas. We have internal names, the old snake chamber. The reward from that will be slightly different, because not all three of those options are available, and they're available in different ways. Some of it might be, some of it might not be, and some of it will be in Act 4, some of it might be in the interlude, so it's kind of mix and match all over the place. But there's some pretty cool stuff in the interludes that you've obviously got your permanent bonuses, you've got your skill points, you've got just like which bosses do I want to do first or last. That's all nice, but you have a little other things subtle. Like the first area of one of them, I'm not going to be as spoiler light as possible here, has a wandering vendor that sells, guaranteed rare caster gear, and you can go and be like, I'm going to go there, check that if I'm a caster, and then I'll go to the other two acts because that might have like a straight up weapon upgrade. And then there's another act that sells a whole bunch of greater runes, and so you might be like, I need some runes, I'm going to go there, find that vendor, get some runes, and then go to another. And then one of them has, and you're going to have to find this for yourself, one of them has a nameless seer in it, and so go for it, find that. And I'm not going to tell you which.
So do you know in advance some of these rewards so that you can make this decision? Like maybe not those kind of secret ones.
I think it doesn't. Does it say it on the? Does it show it to you on the world map?
You generally see the icons on the world map up to the point your character and the NPCs could reasonably know about.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it depends on the act a little bit. In some cases, it's like no humans have been there, so you can't know until you've opened it, and then it will, or until you have been told about it or know about it or advanced the quest, and now you see all the icons. So some yes, some not, and
a bit of a discovery process.
But like, look, it's going to players are going to share information pretty damn quickly. But yeah, it's actually quite fun having all this different choice and different axes, and we haven't had this level of like, sure, you've got Path of Exile 1, Act 2 is go left or go right, and you got a little bit of that in like Act 8, but you don't get this much like parallel things going on like this in a kind of interesting way. So it'll be, I suspect it'll actually last a little bit longer than we anticipate, given how we had to put this kind of 3-part thing together so quickly.
Last a bit longer in terms of like players finding it fresh and interesting.
That's the hope.
Okay,
the all 3 interludes kind of appear on one world map, so you kind of got 3 parallel tracks you can see on one map.
Cool.
So yeah, that's how that works.
It's cool.
Decision paralysis is going to set in. Where do I go?
I think a lot of people will just pick one just because it's the first one.
Yeah,
I bet that'll be the most common
You'll
choice.
see stats on that, I'm sure. It's 60% pick rate for the first option.
Yeah, probably.
Left to right's most likely.
It makes sense.
The order of the islands in Act 4 a little bit less predictable.
Yeah.
One of those islands, like, there's four permanent bonuses kind of going on in one area kind of thing. It's like because
go there first.
I'm not going to tell you which ones. But,
have to figure that one out, eh?
Someone will do it, figure it out.
Make the progression guides. But I like the idea that it could be different for different builds too. That would be very cool if that ends up being the outcome, because that will keep things fresh long term. There's a good reason to do it differently. It doesn't just get kind of immediately solved. So Act 4 was planned to have a new way of ascending, but that wasn't mentioned here, so it's not quite ready yet.
Didn't quite get time for it. It'll be coming a bit later, but you can there's still a quest to go to the place where that is happening. But and we added like a kind of another reward there, just for the time being. But later on there'll be that. The amount of work required to make that trial just unfortunately wasn't quite compatible with making all of the other stuff we made. Probably if we hadn't made the interlude, we would have been able to do it. But I think the interlude was more important just to get rid of Cruel. So we ended up making that decision. But we'll get to it.
Thank goodness. I'm like so stoked Cruel's gone.
If it's what most of us imagine it's going to be, I can imagine where a lot of that work comes in. So hopefully you guys, is it something that you'd like to get ready for next league then, it sounds like?
I don't want to promise anything, because at this point we're in the mode of like, we'll cut stuff if we need to make the release happen. So I wouldn't want to promise anything, but that would be nice. We'll just have to see.
I guess the other question then is, do you think it'll be like different enough and appealing to people who don't necessarily want to ascend the other ways?
Well, it's certainly different than the other ones by a very significant margin. So I think that'll be interesting.
And what's the vision for how ascendancy works long term then? So is it the idea that you ascend once in Act 2, once, and then again in Act 3, and then again in Act 4?
I mean, you'll be able to do it that way, but if you want to do other, that's a way to do it. But if you want to, if you like a certain trial better, doing it that way is also fine too.
It's just interesting because there's like not as much of a gap as there usually is between those first 6 months that way. Like it's quite rapid fire. So and then it would be a big gap until the end game, and you do your choice of fourth one.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we see that as fine. Like you kind of want to get your build locked in to some degree by the time you get to that sort of level.
I kind of like like it. It's just different to how it's been done in the past before, right? Where we had, whereas like right at endgame you did that third one. So that's interesting stuff. So a big part of this obviously is then continuing the campaign slog kind of discussion was just the speed of the campaign, how that tied in with difficulty, zone sizes, and things like that. You guys did a whole bunch of big changes a couple weeks into the last league where you reduced zone sizes.
So we did a bit of that. That's one of those things that's a bit hard to see exactly until you've played it a couple of times. So I will, like, for example, right now, like, you know, the first time you play through Act 4, I doubt you'll be worried about zone size. Second time, then it might then you start to realize like what places are too big and what places aren't. So there'll probably be a little bit of adjustment to that, even as we do the first couple of patches in 030 as well. Just because, like, as I said, it's actually a bit hard to appreciate until you've kind of played it a few times. But the sprint helps a lot. Like, sprint is a big deal as far as like changing how the game feels in this regard. So you know, if you're fast and you know how to use it well and that kind of stuff, you can motor quite a lot more than you were. It'll be interesting to sort of see how like how many people are using that all the time versus how many people are kind of just using it all the time. You have, well, yeah, but the thing is, you're an experienced PoE player, right? Like you're gonna be. But like, there's a fun risk reward to using it that way, though. Like, if you are just using it to traverse or like backtrack or something because you go the wrong way or something like that, then it's pretty cruisy and it works well for that. But it also is a very powerful like combat tool. You can use it like a boss is doing something, you can get further away than you could before. For boss stuff, you can, although it is dangerous, right? Like. I mean, if you screw it up, then But I think the thing that I find kind of interesting about it as well is that like you can skip monsters now more easily, and that means that if you are overpowered due to getting a good item drop or something like that, you can kind of motor through a couple of areas a bit more. Like, you know,
did my game just completely freeze?
To the point where you sort of feel about right as far as the difficulty, and then keep going from there, like more specifically. So you've got that kind of tool at your disposal. Not something I'd expect like new players to do,
Warframe
or like players who kind of don't want to engage with that stuff. But if you're talking about like, you know, like the person who's playing through the campaign the fifth time, certainly that's an option that you've got that can kind of speed you through a little bit faster. So that's something as well that it kind of does, just because you are faster than basically everything. So you know, you can skip past them.
There were a bit of like, you know, good players, like knowledge players knew how to move a lot quicker. You know, there's a bunch of skills, you get animation cancelling, you got shield charge.
It's true. The speedrunners already have a way, but like no one really wants. Like, obviously, you don't want to be doing that all the time, right? Like unless you're like really dedicated to speedrunning. So.
Niche, unintuitive, and whatnot. So like, you know. There's a simpler way to now, you know, close the gap between the players who knew all of that and the ones who didn't, and which is great. And maybe a lot of those players are still using all of those tools even on top of this, and that's fine.
I actually wonder if like the sprinting is faster than like the shield charge, dodge roll, animation cancel shenanigans.
Haven't exactly done a race. I think it's close. I'm pretty sure it's relatively close though.
The difference there.
I know there's some passives on the deck side of the tree for like slightly increasing your speed while sprinting, and a few other different things while sprinting, like increasing your evasion while sprinting, and so you know there's some of that going on as well. That maybe when you speak into all that, you have more of an advantage over those other skills. We'll see. You know,
actually buffed dodge roll a bit for the sprint too. Like you can turn a bit better for longer during the dodge roll.
You can. So that one was, man, I'll tell you what. So this is kind of inside baseball stuff, but sprint was like way harder to implement than you might expect. Like it seems like, you just add a speed buff, but like getting it to be smooth and like feel right, and like all of the stuff around like the turning at the end and like all that stuff, that was really hard to do. Like it was like there was like a programmer for a very long time just working on sprint issues. Like holy crap. So yeah, like it's one of those things that you know, like every little imperfection of it, as you do it so often, needs to be ironed out.
I'm looking forward to stacking move speed and dodge roll distance in Sanctums and using sprint. I use sprint in the Sanctum, and when I was testing earlier, and it's so fun doing some of the things with sprint. It's like with like mega long dodge rolls into sprinting is gonna so fast.
I mean, we've in general just improved mobility. We've improved, like, and even outside of that, it's like. Talking about, you know, sprint, slog, fast, like there's more to it. There's, you know, obviously dodge rolling has improved. The mercenary like slow while reloading, but also something like Jonathan and I both just randomly did one day, just logged in on live. We played Mercenary, and we were both just like,
"What happened?
What did we? What has gone on here?
What I
This
believe
feels terrible."
It was the 0-0 change that related to like contact points or something. There was something like that. I think broke it.
So
'Cause the thing is, it wasn't actually feeling like how it felt before we released.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh crap, we need to fix this. Something went wrong drastically there, yeah, that one really improved it. But we also made a change where you're a little bit faster coming out of when you're using a skill while moving.
Yeah.
You're a little bit faster coming out on all classes. So that actually affects the Ranger and the Sork as well a little bit. It's not like, at first it seems quite subtle, like but when you play it side by side, it actually makes quite a difference, even though it's a relatively subtle change. Like it worked as well. And then you've got things like with the block being faster, you know, like you're just overall more mobile, you know, with a lot of the stuff. Like I think it's helped a lot. But the nice thing is like we still didn't have to compromise on like making sure the combat still was right. That's obviously been like a big worry, especially because there's so many other buffs and things for other character classes. Like there is definitely a concern that we've like overcooked, gone too far. Like things are, you know, like things are going to be too easy, and I'm a bit worried about it. But I think it should be okay. You know, we just have to.
You mentioned like the way you've designed this, not meaning you didn't have to compromise on like combat and that, and that was a big hesitance for you. Like you really wanted combat to be not optional. In the past, you were talking about before,
for sure.
and things like that. So why does it feel like the way you designed this lets you not compromise on that vision?
Because ultimately, the actual combat itself still works after trying it. Like, and generally speaking, like even though I may not necessarily agree with something, I'm still willing to try these things. So you know, we tried it. It works. That's really what it comes down to, right?
They didn't like the idea. They tried it anyway. They realized it was more fun, and then they implemented it. And they said, "I was wrong. I was wrong. It was better the way you suggested."
Even during the campaign, it's just one button.
Can you believe it? Can you believe it?
That kind of stuff.
Imagine.
Imagine. Like you need to have some level of like actually, you know.
Crazy. You don't have steel path. Oh, darn.
You know, like a boss fight or something like that. So there just has to be a little bit of that left over. Now, you know, sometimes it can be the situation where
this was a good compromise, like 100%. It again, he spoke about how long it took for this programmer to work through it, let alone, you know, there's heaps of iterations with these kind of things, trying to keep things feel grounded, kinetic, realistic, you know, that kind of stuff. So you're not just like, and animation wise as well, there's a whole bunch. So, you know, when you're taking a chance on a thing like that and, you know, it feels like a compromise and you're uneasy about it, you know, I'm glad we did pull the trigger on this one and give it a go, because sometimes it is like knowing how much resources this is going to take. If this fails, it's a massive waste.
Because I mean, there was another one that was like hugely contentious, which was removing the limit of one per support gem. Was something that took a bit of convincing to even get people to want to try out. Like that was definitely a worry.
The per support gem is super important for the life of the game.
It's going to be that everyone's running the 5 same supports on every single thing, but
and maybe it is, but then you buff the other supports.
I think what we're losing over this is much worse than what we were gaining. You know, like it's something really important, and so I actually now that we've done that, I wouldn't have it any other way. I think it's really, really good change, and that one is, in my opinion, the most important change we're making in 0.3. Obviously got much content, but like in terms of like, you know, like what single thing is going to affect gameplay the most, like in terms of character builds and like build variety, that change is a huge one. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what people can do.
I was skeptical when you showed me this change, because I was definitely in the camp of defending the decision of the one support limit for the logic of it making you think about how you build each skill differently, not just building every skill for damage, but rather like, okay, which of these damage dealing skills am I going to make more utility or do something else instead? But playing around with it, it feels like it kind of just lets you use it on 2 skills, like something like Fist of War, and that's just a really big improvement. Like that's a lot more fun having 2 Fist of War skills than one. But like the skill design is nuanced enough, and the supports themselves are nuanced enough that you do still seem like you end up with a lot of variety.
Yeah, it definitely works. Like, it's funny because in the end, it feels like the concern that we had was more theoretical than it actually was real, and that's why it's really important to actually try these things. Like,
dude, that's so
I would say
legit,
that
dude.
If the supports and skills were designed, like
We
how
thought
some
it was
one
going to be an
was,
issue.
then
We tried it.
totally
It's not an
ended up
issue. It's actually
exactly the
better.
place we
So
were
we're
worried about.
implementing it.
But because there's a lot more going on,
There's
with
so
the way the
much
skills,
there.
there's a lot more thought being put into like the exact ways that skills interact in PoE2. You kind of end up being fine, and it just ends up being better. So I'm really glad we tried that one because it's super important.
Yeah, and it seems like lineage supports take over the role of this one gem a bit more.
They do. So basically, right at the end, you've got the thing where you can only have one of each lineage support per character, but that's kind of like none of those are like. Okay, so you know. Something like multiple projectiles or martial tempo, like these things are super important to kind of make skills even viable at endgame, whereas the lineage supports don't have that same thing. So we effectively get to keep a little bit of that like interesting decision stuff, but only right at the end when you're kind of at the top end and you're thinking about like hyper optimizing specific stuff or like with interesting mechanics. So we still get to retain a little bit of that there.
It's definitely a huge buff though, like this change. Like I've been playing Warrior and I almost feel like saying the new Warrior because it's not any one specific thing. Like the support gem change, the sprinting change, the faster
The ability
blocking,
changes, the
block,
balance
everything.
changes,
It
everything.
was way more impactful than I expected.
Weapon swap instant.
Weapon swap is huge.
It's the sum of all these small individual things, and honestly, it was quite hard to design the live stream what we were showing for this reason because it's like it kind of ended up being just like a huge scatter shot of like all sorts of little things, and it's sort of hard to appreciate the sum of it all, like adding up to a much better experience. But I mean, obviously, there's like really big things like you've got the infusion stuff on the Sork, which is like like radically, visibly, obviously changing the class. But it's like when I'm making a case for like why is the warrior better, it's kind of like
that's okay. I moved on to trading just to close out the day.
Something that's like way better than it was.
Yeah, I spent the better part of 2 days.
Thanks for the runs though. You stinking that build is insane.
Because you were asking me like whether I'm worried that the warrior is a bit too strong, and I'm like I'm definitely a lot stronger, but I'm trying to figure out what it is exactly, and it's like a bit that, a bit this.
Everything.
Everything. Definitely feels like way more fluid, faster, smoother, chunkier all at the same time because I've got more Fist of War skills going off. We like the instant weapon swap thing is huge as well. Like that seems like a pretty minor change, but all of a sudden you're not thinking about like there's no reason to not.
Right. There's no reason removing all the reasons why people wouldn't use combos is exactly the focus that we had for a lot of the stuff, right? It's like what is preventing someone doing a combo here? What can we do to fix it? So you've got like the shock change where that's longer. You've got like the change to chill and that kind of stuff. And there was a whole thing with we never even talked about Ignite because there kind of wasn't room for it. But Ignite has got a whole different thing where that it does now where there's like every time you fail to ignite, it builds up flammability. That means your next ignite is more likely.
Nice.
So there's like that. There's like a bunch of changes all through, like the places, just these little things that tweak stuff. One of the ones I know is actually really big is the thing with the curse and the
Wave Rider and Silver Bro quests.
The thing that lowers resistances.
Nice.
What the hell? Exposure. Yeah. So exposures, right? Like it seems so tiny. Like let's make it so that you don't have individual exposures for different elements. But it's like it actually changes the gameplay so significantly because the moment that there's something that's going to add 30% more damage in the case that it was before, that you don't have access to if you're going to use cross-element. So you're never going to use cross-element, right? You're never going to do it. So it's like really, really important to just remove every single barrier that's getting there because
we merged cast on shock ignite and freeze into single.
We did. So there's no more cast on shock anymore. It's cast on ailment for that reason as well, right? Exactly, right. So literally we're like, let's find every single reason that's going to stop you.
Cast on ailment is going to be insane.
Prove that, right?
Yeah.
And guess what? You can still just play one element if you want.
Yeah, you can, of course, right? but yet now if you're doing multi-element, there's just no reason anymore not to.
I was so stoked looking at what you were doing with the elementals because it feels for the first time it actually is like an elementalist. Like there is mixing of the elements. It's cool because that's a fundamental game design thing with action RPGs. Is that
it is.
At some point makes sense to focus in.
It's gotta
on
be
one very specific thing because of scaling and but it seems like you've gone a long way towards solving that issue.
Well, I hope so, because we really tried to fix every single case we could see. Now, there might be still some more, like you'll find there's some random mechanic that only works on one thing, and then people pick that, and they're like, okay, we have to find and make sure that there's something that's going to attract you to every element and play it. I mean, look, part of the upgrades to the individual ailments also really helps, because it's giving you another reason. Like, it isn't just that you've removed the things that were preventing you from, you want to both have a I'm not specializing you because this mechanic works across different elements, but also you want to have like this element has something that you're going to want to use with other elements, right? So like buffing shock, for example, we're like, okay, like is there enough of a reason to weave lightning into a fire build, right? There wasn't enough of a reason. So by making shock better, it's like, well, then now there is a reason to use two things, but you also want the burn and you also might want the chill, and like making sure that all that stuff is powerful enough to actually tempt you to actually do it. Like you need,
because like 8-second shock, and you even mentioned bigger magnitude shocks.
A number of the skills have a bunch of shock effect on it.
So effectively, if a skill is supposed to be for shocking, then that skill will have magnitude on it, because the idea is that, like, we really want to make sure that, it actually works.
So now the goal is Dex
that
int.
kind of stuff. It's the same with the fire skills that are intended for burning as well. Like if something's intended for burning, it's going to have some kind of duration or something
an
like that. So
evasion
it's like,
build.
you want to use that one, then you want to
With
switch to
Dex
something else
int.
while that's burning away and that kind of stuff.
And use
you feel a bit silly because
quarterstaff to
you should just like use your main skill instead.
Exactly.
along with
like even like once again,
I think I want it to be
where it's like, okay, like why would I want to
a staff and a quarterstaff.
When
That way I can use a staff ability to prep the area and then a quarterstaff to clear it.
It's like that as well.
A lot of the staff abilities have good crowd control.
A bit of a mess in that way.
Yeah, and you mentioned the ignite. I want to clarify because I saw some questions about
I'm very interested in the idea of
it builds up now. So like
turning everything into chaos, but then chaos proccing elements. I'm very interested in that too.
It's called flammability.
So
So
Chayula
we no longer have the curse.
sounds the Chayula dude.
As you build up more flammability on an enemy,
It's gonna be cool.
The probability of an ignite occurring goes higher and higher and higher, and once the flammability is full, the ignite is deterministic. So if you miss an ignite, you at least contribute towards the next ignite being more likely, and eventually it's inevitable.
But one of the other amazing things we got, which was huge from our perspective, is that the way that ground effects work now for the fire is that it has to build to 100% flammability and then it sets them on fire, which means that if you use a level 1 flame wall, it doesn't ignite shit anymore really easily. So that means we can actually add mechanics that trigger off ignites and do all that sort of stuff without it being a disaster.
You don't have to worry about people being full degenerates with it.
People using level 1 flame walls.
Like it'll set on fire real quick, but if you real quick. But if you're using a low level one, then it takes forever, so you won't do it anymore.
Yeah,
so,
nice.
So finally a good solve for that, because
I know it's been a bit of a.
So you actually have to proc ignite with damage and not just an effect.
That kind of thing,
let's be more liberal with the power you can give out to that sort of thing. And just the consistency has been a pain for any ignite builds for a while now. So that's just going to be actually consistent now. So that's really good news. And
the ignite is the crowd control for
like any freeze skill
fire builds.
So
that's very good.
I believe we didn't change the sort of base freeze balance exactly. It was more that freezing skills just have more freeze going on. And then there was also the other change, which I guess we didn't even cover really, which is that anything that consumes, we'd use the word poise, which basically what that means is that anything that's like harder to apply to a boss, if the mechanic is harder to apply to a boss, then we want to increase the reward for doing it on bosses. So that we've got like an extra damage versus unique monsters, like kind of in quite a lot of places and different skills now, because once again, if you freeze a boss, it's way harder to freeze than it would be a regular monster.
Very important.
The payoff for that, for utilizing it, is now much more chunky.
So now, like what was the issue was that it was really hard to freeze them, and there was no real reason to, because they'd be unfrozen instantaneously, because they also had a reduction to crowd control duration. So it was just like, oh, I froze him, he's unfrozen.
Okay, if you're an armor break consumer, rather than consuming the armor break, we're going to upgrade the armor break to a new state, like a new higher, like a level buff that's going to do.
Yeah, that's awesome too.
So like in the case you're like, in the case of Sunday, you're like upgrading from plus 20% to plus 40%, but then it also refreshes.
I don't like going only into armor break
you're more incentivized to do this, and then
because there's enemies that are armor like resistant, armor break resistant, or like they have high armor, so it doesn't work as well.
Pretty crazy. So that's it takes your armor break into, I don't remember the name, let's say T2 armor break.
Shattered armor.
But it's then for the next however long the duration is, 5% of the, think of it like a kind of infinite impale. 5% of the damage dealt by the high velocity rounds is dealt on every single hit for the rest of the duration.
And that means every single pellet of a shotgun is doing a percentage of the high
fragmentation rounds is 10 hits. And then the consumed days on Monk is the exact same thing. So if you do the vaulting days vaulting impact, and then if you have staggering palm up in a temper spell and you do whirling assault, you're doing all the whirling assault hits, all the projectile hits from staggering palm, all the temper spell hits, each of which are doing a percentage of the vaulting impacts thing on hit, and you just melt things.
So juicy. I saw Days was like instant application too.
Yes. Well, that one was kind of worthless before, so we're like, let's just make it actually work.
This idea of like buffs that get escalated into tier 2 buffs is like a kind of cool concept.
I like that one. And the other funny thing about it that's like less obvious but really good from our perspective is that it means you can't repeat the combo piece immediately either, because once you've upgraded the armor break, it's extended the armor break, which means that you can't just reapply the armor break immediately again either. You have to do something else. So it actually kind of generates that rotation kind of naturally, which is kind of a nice one.
It's chunkier and it feels like you're not an idiot for doing it.
Right, exactly.
Before it's like, why would I want to remove their broken armor and make them tankier again? It never really made any sense.
That's a good one.
But it also like prevents some of the weird edge case stuff that is a pain for you guys. So huge improvements there. There's a lot to take in with the supports and skill changes and things like that. But it's like with the amount of supports that are getting added now, and now tiers of supports and lineage supports, do you feel like there is a point where it's a bit much for players to like take in? Like,
well, so I've got something. There's some stuff around this that I would like to improve, which is that first of all, we did a full pass on recommendeds to like, because there was a lot of terrible recommendeds right now, and so we did like a full pass on that. So basically, what I'm hoping is that now at least all the recommendeds are not bad. Like I was kind of trying to really answer the question of like, are these 3 supports the truly best supports that this skill could have, right? And previously we had this extra constraint that kind of screwed this over, which was that because you could only have limit 1, there was always this thing of like, but would you use it on the skill or would you use it on a different skill that we were always kind of working around? Now we can just be like, what are the 3 best options, right? With no other constraints, right? And so that means that like that immediately makes it easy for us. But I think the other issue is that what it was, the whole like, there's too many supports thing, part of it was because since the recommendeds were bad, you kind of had to go to that other screen where you've got all this other stuff. It's like, if you actually rely on the recommendeds to be good, it's like, the fact there's a bunch of supports doesn't kind of matter as much.
I remember we had a ranger with the 10 skills, 50 supports, and it was 2 out of 50 were recommended, I think, for the skills they were on. I'm like,
yeah, it's a bad sign, right?
And so if that's a bad sign, if your in-game ranger is that, it means that if the player who's following the guide that we have given them is not only not being rewarded, they're being punished. Because we're making them make wrong decisions.
Yeah, so I'm sure there'll still be a few that are incorrect on there, but like hopefully it should be way better. And the other thing as well as I'd really like to do is I think that we might want to get into starting to recommend more stuff, or maybe even like recommending stuff based on the previous stuff that you've already done.
Crazy.
Which might be just get a bit complicated, but I'm kind of I feel like we maybe should start thinking about that.
That sounds like a nightmare to code.
Maybe, but then it's kind of like, or maybe like if you've got this other skill on your build, then this becomes an option, or there's something like that we might have to do, because I think there's more we can do there. But whatever. For now, it's just at least we're like, here's the 3 best shit.
But also the names.
I know.
The names are so much better now.
Yes, right. So we did a pass of like making the names more obvious, like because there was a lot of supports that just kind of weren't.
Like search for there's this thing that does a thing. I don't. What is it called? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Whatever. Google it.
Yeah. Like there's something that does an explosion with armor, but what's it called?
Well, that one should be obvious, I think. But
armor explosion.
But
that's what it needs to be like.
No, I'm pretty sure it is called that now.
Good.
But
I remember just.
All right, we do have an ad coming up real quick. I'm gonna go ahead and quickly mute this, close this, because we're out of time. But we got to do the giveaway. We didn't get to that. I thought this was gonna end way sooner. It did not. So we'll go ahead and just skip right to the giveaway. Find out who the winner is. If they're still here, we'll give it to them. If not, I'll give it to them tomorrow. This is for the Arcane Energize R5. Okay. We have 5 entries. 1 in 5. Get this going. All right. Let's see who wins. And the big winner of an Arcane Energize Maxed Reynards! Yo! Congratulations. You're the winner. Easy. No problem. Let's get you in here to get your loot. Look at that. You were here all day and then you get the loot. Hi. Oh, you're already logged out. Well. All right, cool. You know that you won. Come back tomorrow. We'll get you that Arcane Energize. Then you're good. Also, to everybody else, massive good day. Huge PoE news. Be mindful, it launches on the 29th, and it's free to everyone on the 29th through the 31st. That's 29, 30, 31, 1. 4 days of free to everybody. So I think y'all should try it. At least try it. See if you want to buy it, because that is a lot of game content that you could be playing for free for 4 days straight without spending any money. The game is very, 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 very good before these updates, and these updates are absolutely... I mean, it covered everything I wanted. It covered all the things I had wanted in the game. Elemental was broken. Armor break was not really doing as much as you wanted. Survival was an issue. Using different abilities amongst each other was a problem. Using multiple weapons was a problem. Map variety was a problem. Endgame progression was a bit too slow and RNG based. They fixed all of those. So super huge. I'm really excited. But we'll be back tomorrow. We're going to do the Affinity Booster weekend in Warframe. Going to give out Affinity Boosters. Try to get everybody leveled up. And I'll see you in the next one.